Mu Yuyun's expression was grave as he nodded. That's right. I've also just received news that the marine race has sent a messenger to inform us that Seawood Town was originally their island in the North Sea. Now, they want our Divine Wood family to return it to its original owner. What? Morong Hungyu's eyes almost popped out as he shouted in a strange voice. You're really shameless. Seawood Town is connected to the continent, and we humans have occupied it for thousands of years. I've never heard such a lie before. This is obvious, Mu Yuyun said. Lei Lin is showing signs of abnormality, and a large number of spirit lightning fruits are ripening. With the current momentum, the area for the fruits to ripen is still increasing, and even many spirit lightning flowers are starting to bear fruit. Everyone's expressions were solemn, surprised, and happy. If this trend continued, wouldn't it all blossom and bear fruit? Mu Yuyun said, the people of the sea race have never had any ideas about the spiritual thunder fruit. Maybe it's because the fruits produced each year are too few so they don't care. But this year, the production has suddenly increased by dozens of times. Anyone would be tempted. Morong Hungyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. They really think that our human race is easy to bully. If those sea clans abide by the rules, we can sell it to them according to the quota. If they don't know what's good for them and make unreasonable demands, then we must teach them a lesson. Did the Divine Tree family find out the reason for the Spirit Thunder Fruit's unusual change? Yun Xiao suddenly asked. Mu Yuyun glanced at him, a hint of doubt flashing through his eyes. I haven't found the source yet. Although Leyland's area isn't large, it's a sea of lightning. All kinds of divine senses are disrupted and can only be observed with the naked eye. I didn't find anything unusual. How is that possible? Yun Xiao frowned. It's impossible to ripen such a large area of spirit thunder fruits without an amazing amount of second wood qi. Didn't your sect consider that it was a sign of the birth of a peerless treasure? Everyone's hearts trembled, and they all stared at Mu Yuyun. Mu Yuyun cursed under his breath, then smiled wryly. Of course I've thought about this. Not only within Lei Lin, but I've also sent people to investigate the thousands of seas nearby. From the 9 heavens to the deep seas, nothing was missed, but I didn't find anything. Yun Xiao remained silent. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong with the sea tribe. If they were really after the spirit lightning fruit, they would have done so long ago. In that case, the sea tribe's goal was most likely to be the peerless second wood material that could accelerate the ripening of the spirit lightning fruit. In his heart, he had already firmly believed that there must be an extremely powerful E-wood divine item coming into being, which would cause such a strange phenomenon. Now that the sea race had appeared out of nowhere, it seemed to explain this point. The matter of the spirit lightning fruit has become extremely complicated with the sea race's interference. Mu Yuyun continued. You are all dragons and phoenixes among humans, outstanding figures of our human race. I would like to ask you to work together to protect Seawood Town from invasion. A red shadow flashed and Faye and I chuckled. Lord Yun must be joking. The Divine Wood family had been in charge of Seawood Town for hundreds of years, and no force had ever dared to invade. It was clear that the strength of the Divine Wood family was enough to deter all evildoers. Although my long family has some reputation, we don't have any elders here. Chigue and I have limited strength, and we don't dare to rashly participate in such a big matter. Her meaning was obvious. She didn't want to get involved in this kind of conflict. After all, Seawood Town did not have much of a relationship with them, so there was no need for them to be used by the Divine Wood family for no reason. After all, the Sea Tribe was not a kind person, and no one knew how deep the pit was. The strange ghost was also silent, as if everything was under Faye and I's control. Morong Hungyu's expression changed slightly, as if he was uncertain. He was different from the Long family. The Morong family had been in this pit for a long time. Of course, they would not let the sea race take away the benefits. A sneer flashed across Mu Yun's face, and he said, Very well. Then please return to the Long family. This time, the sea race doesn't seem to be simple. I plan to gather everyone to deal with them together and finally discuss how to distribute the spirit lightning fruits. How to distribute the spiritual lightning fruit. Aren't we going to distribute it according to the previous rules? Chi Gui asked. The benefits of Seawood Town had nothing to do with him, but the spirit thunder fruit was related to his cultivation. This time, he was stuck at a bottleneck in his cultivation. After learning about the phenomenon of the spirit thunder fruit, he firmly believed that this was an opportunity given to him by the heavens, which was why he came to Seawood Town with Fanny. There's no need for the Long family's young master to worry about these things, Mu Yun said coldly. I'm afraid Seawood Town won't be peaceful for a while. The young master of the Long family has already purchased the corresponding share and can leave to avoid getting involved in the muddy water and being affected. Chi Jiu said awkwardly, Ahem. You're treating me like an outsider with your words, Lord Yuyun. Although Seawood Town is the territory of the Divine Wood family, it is also the territory of the human race. If outsiders want to interfere, Chi Jiu will be the first to object. Fei and I's expression changed slightly as she forced a smile and said, Since Chi Jiu has agreed, I won't stay out of it. However, this is no small matter. I'll send a message back to the sect to ask for instructions from the elders. Only then did Mu Yuyun's expression ease up. After all, the Long family wasn't someone he could afford to offend, so he just had to stop. Although the Murong family has been in seclusion for many years, they are still part of the human race. We can't shirk our duty for the greater good, Murong Hengyu added. Mu Yun smiled and said, I'll have to thank you all in advance. He turned his eyes and looked at Yunxiao. Judging from the battle just now, this man was definitely a high-level martial emperor, and his strength could not be ignored. The name on your jade pendant is 7 stars Martial Supreme, Li Feiyang. The name and strength are fake, right? As long as you're willing to do your best to help, you'll also get a portion of the spirit lightning fruit. I'll go and take a look as well, Yunxiao said with a smile. There are enough benefits, so I don't mind helping. Everyone's faces were filled with black lines. Although everyone had the same thoughts, these words were too obvious. Mu Yun also looked a little embarrassed and said, The Divine Wood family will not mistreat you. The development of Seawood Town will still be in your care. I'll be waiting for you in the mansion tomorrow afternoon. Before that, I hope that everyone will give me some face and not cause any more trouble. Don't worry, my lord, Chijui said. I will definitely give the Divine Tree family face. However, once we leave Seawood Town, I will definitely take Li Feiyang's life. From what you've just said, it seems like apart from Seawood Town, the rest of the world is your Long family's territory. Murong Hengyu said sarcastically. Chi Jiui's eyes flashed with a brutal look and he said coldly, Murong Hengyu, you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Yunxiao chuckled. You don't have to waste your breath on them. I've seen many true spirit bloodline inheritors, and they all have one thing in common. They like to cheer themselves up with tough words. Ha ha! You're right, Brother Feiyang. Murong Hengyu laughed out loud. They don't know that this kind of behavior is extremely childish. It only further shows their weakness and humility. As the saying goes, dogs that bite don't bark. Chi Jiui's face was livid, and lightning kept flashing on his face. It was obvious that he couldn't suppress his anger. Fanny's beautiful eyes turned and sized Yunxiao up, then she smiled and said, Your Excellency is indeed courageous, but unfortunately, you are still too young and don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Chigue, let's go. She seemed to be the core of the Long family's trip. Chi Jiui snorted angrily and flicked his sleeves. More than 10 Long family members immediately turned into rays of light and left. Mu Yun also gave Yunxiao a few more looks, wondering where he got the confidence to fight against the Long family of Heaven Ridge. Take care of yourself, you two. He also turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the sky. Murong Hengyu watched as the crowd left, his expression slowly turning serious. With a flash of light, a storage bag appeared in his hand, which he handed to Yunxiao and said, Brother Feiyang, things have changed. You can take the deposit back first. What? Yunxiao frowned and asked, Are you going back on your word, sir? No way. Murong Hengyu shook his head. The Murong family has been managing this spirit lightning fruit for a long time, and we've never broken our promise. However, with the recent changes, I can't guarantee the safety of the channel. How about this? I can promise Brother Feiyang that the Murong family will sell you the fruits they get this time, but the price can't be lower. Yunxiao knew that although these reclusive families did not meddle in the affairs of the world and did not dominate the world, they would have branches hiding in the world to exchange resources and collect information. So he agreed immediately. Murong Hangyu laughed. I've heard that among the younger generation of the world, there are the 4 prodigies of the north, the 3 heroes of the west, and the 7 stars of the east. To be honest, I've met a few of them and they were very disappointed. I thought that the younger generation in the world was just SOSO. Only today did I know that a good fighter is not famous. This is Brother Feiyang. The people you mentioned are all top experts who only appear once in 100 years, Yunxiao said. The Murong family is in an extremely high position, so it's only natural that they have high standards. In the past, Murong Zhu could be considered a rare talent in the world. I think Brother Hangyu's future achievements will definitely be above his. Murong Hangyu's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of shock. You also know my uncle's name? Yunxiao's heart stirred as he sighed and said, as expected, I've heard of it before, but it's a pity that he died young. Yunxiao's face was filled with grief. Murong Hangyu stared at Yunxiao with a suspicious look on his face and said, my uncle is indeed a genius. He was the #1 genius in the clan back then. However, not many people on the heavenly martial continent knew his name. Besides, Uncle himself was like a shooting star that flashed by, so few people would remember him now. Who the hell are you? We are friends, not enemies, Yunxiao said. We are friends. With that, he ignored Murong Hangyu's shocked expression and strode away, disappearing into the corner of the street. Murong Hangyu was stunned for a while before he slowly put away his thoughts and carefully pondered over Yunxiao's words. Yunxiao was walking alone on the street, with people coming and going. Ripples spread out under his feet, but his heart was filled with melancholy. Although Murong Hangyu was older than him, in his eyes he was a junior. Moreover, his talent was extremely good, not even inferior to Murong Zhu's. He felt somewhat comforted in his heart. A ray of green light flashed in his hand and a jade token appeared. It was the item that Ning Qiue had left behind. Yunxiao stared at the jade token, the cold indifference in his eyes frightening. Now that Ning Qiue was with Tian Si, they were in an extremely dangerous situation. However, he did not have the power to fight Tian Si at all. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a red-clothed warrior with an iron saber. Li Feiyang. The man shouted with a cold face. Master Qidui invites you to go out of the city and settle your personal grudge. Yunxiao put away the jade pendant and said slowly, Why should I go? The man seemed to have expected this. He sneered and said, Weren't you very stubborn just now? Why are you a coward now? Yunxiao looked at him lazily and said, So what if he's a coward? You coward. The man suddenly felt a block in his chest, as if he had just punched cotton. He couldn't exert any strength and felt uncomfortable all over. Are you going or not? I'm not going. Do you want to hole up in Seawood Town for the rest of your life? It depends. Maybe it's true. Why you? The man was completely speechless. He had thought of all kinds of situations before, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He said angrily, If you have the ability, hide in Seawood Town for the rest of your life and don't leave. If your master has the ability, Yunxiao said with a smile, he can hide outside the city and wait for me for the rest of his life. Trash. That person was extremely angry. He cursed a few words and knew that it was useless to provoke him any further. He stomped his feet and left. Yunxiao could not help chuckling as he watched the man leave. He could basically see through the strange ghost's strength, and it would only take him a few moves to take care of it. On the other hand, Feini gave him an unfathomable feeling, and he was no stranger to that feeling. The bloodline of the heavenly phoenix? This is interesting. Yunxiao's figure flickered and disappeared from the street. In a corner of Seawood Town, a long cordon was set up, and no one was allowed to approach within 1,000 feet of it. Only 2 teams of martial artists were on guard all night. Suddenly, a figure flashed past and a middle-aged man appeared. The expressions of the two teams of martial artists became stern. The middle-aged man looked around and said, "Everyone, pay attention. The higher-ups just sent a notice. We'll be on the highest alert for this period of time. We can't let even a fly in. The highest level of alert? But what happened?" One of the martial artists said in surprise. The middle-aged man glanced at him and said, "Don't ask. I don't know the specific situation. In short, it can't be anything good. Tomorrow, the higher-ups will send 2 more teams of people to double the alert range to ensure the absolute safety of the passage." Everyone was extremely shocked. Doubling the manpower and reducing the security perimeter was equivalent to increasing the defense by 4 times. If they're all trash like you, it's useless no matter how many people we send. An ice-cold voice was heard, carrying extreme contempt and ridicule. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. With a shake of his hand, a sharp blade appeared, emitting 3-colored light. Without looking back, he slashed behind him like a peacock spreading its tail. A black shadow rushed over, laughed strangely, and flew directly into the 3-colored blade light. Bang! Eft! The sound of weapons clashing rang out, and the middle-aged man's head flew up. His face was filled with shock and despair. Blood gushed out from the headless neck like a fountain, hissing as it floated in the wind. It was extremely miserable. "Arg! Commander!" The martial artists on both sides were filled with grief and indignation. All of a sudden, the sound of weapons clattering could be heard as one figure after another charged forward. "Ha! The anger of the weak has no power. Go to hell and cry." The black shadow laughed wildly and instantly split into several afterimages to kill the crowd. A series of cracking sounds rang out, and in just a few breaths, the 2 groups of people were all cut into pieces, blood splattering all over the sky. The entire area within the cordon became miserable and dead silent. "Third brother, this isn't our North Sea. It's better for you to restrain yourself." A faint voice came from the sky. It was emotionless and didn't sound like a human voice. "Humph. They're just a bunch of scum, so what if they're killed? Don't tell me the humans dare to say no?" The black shadow turned into a human figure, who was covered in a black robe. His face was pale and cold, and a disdainful look appeared on his face. "Don't underestimate humans. I heard that the Eastern Sea's royal family's lair was destroyed by a human. Not only did they lose all their treasures, but even the deep-sea mine was dug out. Ha! Second brother, to think that you're called a wise man. How could you believe such a brainless rumor?" the black-robed man said sarcastically. "Even an immortal state warrior can't rob all the treasures in the Eastern Sea and dig out the earth vein in the deep sea. Moreover, if this is true, it only means that the earthworms in the East China Sea have been completely reduced to dregs." "Oh, really? Then how did 9th brother die?" "Shut up. Don't mention this person in front of me." The black-robed man's already pale face turned even colder. He said sternly, "Fortunately, he died early. Otherwise, I would have sent him to hell and never reincarnate. My 9th brother is still my father's son, and he shares the same bloodline as you and me," the voice said. "He's dead, so we still have to be sad." The black-robed man laughed madly. "Ha! Indeed, I should be sad." His face contorted and he said ferociously, "I'm so sad that I can't kill him myself. Which bastard killed him? I'm going to tear that bastard into pieces." "I heard that the human's name is Li Yunxiao," the voice said. "He's the same man who excavated the mine vein in the East Sea." "Li Yunxiao." The black-robed man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly, "This person is already on my must-kill list. As for excavating the mine in the East Sea, that's complete nonsense. If this is true, it will be the greatest humiliation of the sea race in hundreds of millions of years. How will Guangxian have the face to rule the East Sea?" The voice sighed and said, "I also thought it was a rumor when I first heard it, but now it's spreading all over the 4 seas. Furthermore, Lord Guangxian has not appeared for a long time, and it has been Mother Xing who has been managing the political affairs. Everything will naturally be known when the 4 seas meet begins." The black-robed man said coldly, Isn't there news that that person will be coming? We'll just ask him when the time comes. Yes, the voice said. He naturally won't let go of such a divine item of Emu. Perhaps he's our greatest enemy this time. The black-robed man's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Then don't talk nonsense. Get the item before everyone else and leave the mess for them to clean up. Even if they find out that we did it, do they have the guts to come to the North Sea and rob us?" After the black-robed man finished speaking, he immediately turned into a black light and rushed into the warning line. This area was unusually quiet. It was obvious that no one had set foot in it for a long time. After a few flashes, the black light turned into a figure and stopped again, looking ahead with a cold expression. A few hundred feet in front of him, a row of martial artists sat cross-legged in the air. All of them had calm expressions and were in a meditative state. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, there was silence. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. There were a total of 9 martial artists, and their auras were all restrained. Not a single trace of origin power could be felt, and they were like statues. The black-robed man stared at the 9 people, his fingers cracking as he said coldly, "Make way or die!" The positions of the 9 people were extremely strange. They were not simply in a row. The distance between every 2 people seemed to be very precise, as if it contained some kind of rule. The person in the lead slowly opened his eyes, and a stern look flashed through his eyes as he shouted, "What a strong killing intent! Did you kill all the guards in front?" The black-robed man laughed. "Ha ha ha! What's the use of keeping those pieces of trash? The 9 of you are still acceptable. If you are tactful, you can live." The man's eyes were filled with anger, but he suppressed his emotions and slowly closed his eyes, not saying a word. "You're looking for death," the black-robed man angrily rebuked. He raised his hand, and more than 10 black streaks of light suddenly slashed out in the air. Bang, 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 bang. A force suddenly appeared in front of the 9 of them. It flickered like a mirror and blocked all the black light. Could not hurt anyone. The black-robed man raised his eyebrows and sneered. He took a step forward, and a black chi surged from his arm, directly transforming into a huge black dragon claw. He grabbed at the void. Boom! There was a loud noise from above, and the dragon claw seemed to lift up the space, like a curtain that was being pulled out with wrinkles. The black-robed man's eyes focused. He formed a seal with his left hand and spoke in obscure dragon language. A spatial vortex immediately appeared in the dragon claw, growing larger and larger. The 9 people not far away also began to twist under the power of this spatial force. The leader's face sank. He made a seal with his hand and shouted, "Activate the formation!" A golden light first rushed out from his body, and a strange pattern floated in his hands that were forming a seal. Then he flew up into the sky. The other 8 opened their eyes at the same time. The clones formed hand seals and their positions changed according to a certain direction. Golden array runes bloomed from the 9 people's hand seals, turning into a blurry golden light and gathering in the sky. Instantly, it formed a huge golden barrier. The sun was like a wheel spinning around the 9 people. The space that had originally been filled with wrinkles instantly returned to normal. The 9 people's expressions didn't change, and each of their faces reflected a golden light. Each of them made a hand seal and sat down. The black-robed man's face darkened and he shouted, "It's useless!" The dragon claw suddenly clenched, and the space suddenly tightened. An unparalleled earth-shattering force instantly retreated, crushing toward the golden barrier. Boom! The space trembled under this huge force and directly bombarded the golden barrier. It was like a war chariot that was constantly crashing and crushing. The surface of the golden light trembled violently, but it could not break through. "Humph! You deserve to die!" The black-robed man's expression changed. His eyes were filled with anger. He turned into a black light and rushed forward. The pupils of the leader of the 9 people shrank. He shouted, "Open!" He changed his hand seals, and the 8 people behind him also changed their hand seals and positions at the same time. The golden barrier suddenly opened up and instantly covered an area of hundreds of feet. The The black-robed man was caught off guard and was directly enveloped by the barrier. His expression immediately changed greatly. The 9 figures immediately rushed toward him, each of them stepping on a different space. They seemed to be hiding some kind of formation, covering the sky and earth. The black-robed man roared in anger. The black robe on his body suddenly burst open, and a vast dragon's might came out of his body. Boom! The entire golden barrier trembled. The power of the dragon's might directly turned into a black dragon, which coiled around the man's body and looked at him coldly. At the same time, the man clenched his hands in front of him, and a dragon's roar rose into the sky. All kinds of strange runes flew out from his body, directly condensing into 9 pitch-black runes balls in front of him, and then shot towards the 9 people. The royal family of the North Sea. The 9 people were all shocked and changed their positions in the air to avoid the black ball. Humph! Trapped dragon extreme vortex. The man clasped his hands together and the dragon shadow on his body spiraled out. He let out a dragon roar and the golden light barrier trembled. The 9 rune balls spun rapidly under the dragon's roar. One by one, they broke down and fused together, finally forming a huge black vortex. At first, the black vortex was only the size of a millstone. However, as the man's hands continued to form hand seals, it instantly expanded to 4 to 5 times its original size and was about to fill the entire golden barrier. The entire space was torn apart by the vortex's force, and the barrier also shrank as if it was gradually being sucked dry of air. A large amount of golden light shot down from the barrier and was sucked into the vortex, shattering it. Not good. The 9 people were shocked, and the leader shouted, "The 3rd military form!" Everyone's expression became serious as they formed hand seals and struck out into the void. The power of the golden barrier suddenly strengthened, and with a flash of golden light, a huge foot that was several feet tall condensed. The moment the golden foot appeared, all the spiritual chi within a few feet was instantly sucked dry. Countless runes gushed out from the foot and danced in the surroundings. Boom! The big foot trembled and stomped down. The entire space was instantly crushed, and the air force gave off an ear-piercing friction sound. In an instant, flames were ignited and burned in all directions. The golden foot stepped into the black vortex, stirring up endless black gas. The entire vortex trembled like a sieve, continuously collapsing and spreading. The man's expression suddenly changed. The seal in front of him turned into a fist. The dormant black dragon immediately raised its head, and its eyes flickered with a fierce light. Tyrant Dragon Fist. The black fist radiance streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Under the fist momentum, the black dragon roared above it, continuously compressing the barrier's power, trying to break apart all the restrictions and formations. The leader of the 9 people's expression did not change. He just formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "The 7th move!" Immediately, the 9 people's movement techniques changed, and they lined up in a line. Each person's expression was the same, and countless golden runes suddenly appeared in the air. They instantly condensed into the shape of a sword, and suddenly slashed over. Boom, boom, boom! The sword-shaped attack pierced through the fist radiance. The black dragon kept collapsing and letting out a series of miserable cries. The waves of air spread out in all directions, shaking the barrier and then bouncing back, sending out countless ripples. Everyone's figures became dazed. The man's eyes were filled with fear. The sword light had directly shattered all his defenses and slammed into his body with the force of a mountain. A gray armor broke out of his body, and countless tiny array patterns appeared on it. It was like a heavy rain falling on a calm lake, causing countless ripples. It condensed in front of the man and resisted the sword light. Bang, 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 bang. The formation patterns on the armor disappeared one by one. In the end, all the light disappeared, and countless cracks appeared on the entire armor. Then it exploded with a bang. The shape of the sword had also reached its limit. It collapsed into golden light and dissipated, floating into the sky and being absorbed by the barrier. The 2nd plate. A cold voice rang out. The 9 people changed their movement techniques again and disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, They appeared around the man, forming different seals and striking forward. 9 golden lights of different shapes appeared and instantly connected together to form a golden cauldron that trapped the man inside. Countless golden runes were spinning on the cauldron. There were hundreds and thousands of tiny formations that were connected to each other. There was a formation within a formation. A ball of golden light flashed and turned into a huge symbol. It was blinding and appeared on the body of the cauldron. It pressed down with the force of a mountain and caused the golden cauldron to tremble with a boom. A suffocating pressure instantly descended upon the man from the North Sea, who was trapped within the golden cauldron. His face immediately turned deathly pale, and he revealed a look of shock. "You want to kill this king? In your dreams!" He bellowed in anger, and scales kept appearing on his skin. Layers of black dragon chi gushed out and turned into vortexes that rushed in all directions, trying to break the seal of the golden cauldron. The huge golden symbol suddenly flashed and spun down from the sky. With a rumble, it pressed down on the boundless dragon chi and directly shattered it. The man's mind suffered a backlash and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His eyes flashed with hatred and panic. Only then did the 9 cultivators outside the golden cauldron relax. Each of them formed a hand seal and sat cross-legged in the air. They closed their eyes and began to cultivate. From time to time, they would form a hand seal to maintain the golden cauldron's luck. They were actually trying to refine him. The huge golden rune rotated slowly and suppressed the dragon chi around the man. Meanwhile, a large number of runes and golden light gushed out of the light cauldron and intertwined with each other in the air. They continuously washed over the man from the North Sea and wantonly destroyed his physical body. The black dragon scales exploded one by one. From a distance, one could only see a golden light in the sky. A few figures were faintly discernible inside. Under the influence of the barrier, no sound could be heard. It was still quiet and peaceful outside. Suddenly, a large amount of pink appeared in the sky, like a fairy scattering flowers from the clouds, falling with the wind. The pink color was actually grains of dust like pollen and also like dust. They floated down and directly scattered into the barrier. The 9 experts shuddered and opened their eyes, revealing a look of horror. The leader said in shock, "Not good. There are still enemies hiding in the dark. The front-back 9 palace reversal formation can block all attacks and objects." Another person said in shock, "What's with this pollen? Can penetrate through without any hindrance." The 9 of them were all shocked. The pollen continued to increase in quantity as it fluttered about. Although they had yet to discover anything abnormal, it gave the 9 of them an increasingly bad feeling. "You guys continue refining. I'll deal with the one outside," the leader said in a deep voice. He changed his hand seals and turned around in the array. He immediately appeared 100 feet in the sky. His eyes opened wide and a green light appeared in his eyes as he looked up at the sky. "You're overestimating yourself." Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. The man was shocked. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine, and the danger of death loomed over him. He suddenly put his hands together and shouted. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on his body, brilliant like the sunset. The 8 cultivators below changed hand seals, and a large number of runes surged forth from the golden barrier, instantly converging into a sword that whistled through the air. "Everything is under this king's observation. It's nothing." A cold voice sounded, and the temperature dropped. A transparent skeleton appeared in the air. It was the skull of a dragon. Its eyes were covered in ice crystals, and it opened its mouth to spit out a dragon breath. The dragon's breath was like the water from the 9 heavens falling into the world. It turned into a water dragon and roared as it rushed down. Above the waves, the dragon's body rolled up in the air. Like a giant silver lock, it directly trapped the giant sword and locked it in the air. "What?" The 8 people below were all shocked, revealing a look of horror. The leader in the sky was relieved for a moment. He hurriedly turned around and shot out a golden seal, which slapped on the dragon's skull. Bang! A huge gust of wind blew, and the blue ice crystals in the deep eye sockets of the dragon's skull began to jump. The entire skull trembled under the power of the golden seal. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the void and gently placed it on the dragon's skull. It was so sudden, but it was also very natural. It gave people a feeling that it should not be, but it was natural. The hand was vigorous and powerful, its fingers long and white, without a trace of blood. The dragon's skull's trembling stopped immediately under the hand's comforting. The blue ice crystal also became stable. The hand raised its index finger and gently touched the dragon's skull. The two ice crystals on the transparent dragon's skull suddenly jumped, as if they had come to life, and shot out two sharp lights. The leader's pupils contracted, and a sense of extreme danger welled up in his heart. He suddenly shouted, "The first defensive stance!" The expressions of the 8 people below changed, and they suddenly formed hand seals to change the position of the formation. The barrier opened up all of a sudden, and countless golden runes swirled within it, heading towards the sky. It was like a huge mushroom that was continuously growing and opening up umbrella leaves. As soon as the dragon's skull was pressed down, the ice crystals in the eye sockets rolled out like seawater. The entire skull was in the middle of the waves, and when he clenched his hand, it was a vast ocean. Water skill moon dance. An extremely powerful water elemental power burst forth from the dragon's skull. It was as if all the water in the North Sea had been drawn over, and the world instantly sank into the ocean. The leader instantly felt an unrivaled force. He was not facing an ordinary pool of green water, but an ocean. Bang! The golden seal under his palm was instantly shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. As the leader of the 9, he occupied an extremely important position in the formation. With his fall, the light of the entire formation suddenly dimmed. The vast ocean fell and finally smashed onto the barrier that was constantly being opened. Bang! The force of the barrier stopped the water of the North Sea for a while, but the water was endless and it finally exploded after a few breaths. Boom, boom, boom! The entire sky fell into chaos as water poured down. Any force in the face of this ocean was extremely small and helpless. The leader who was injured didn't care about his injuries. He returned to the array position below in a flash and shouted, "Defense, we'll definitely be able to block it." The 9 of them joined hands again and attacked at the same time. A large number of runes floated out of each person's body and formed a seal in the air. They condensed into a light mirror that hung in the sky. Boom! Wan Shui directly hit the light mirror, and the entire mirror trembled violently. The space shook like a sieve, and the bodies of the 9 people trembled non-stop, almost breaking apart. Hee, it's no use. You're all already dead. A cold voice rang out. It was the man inside the golden cauldron. He was looking at everyone with an evil smile. The 9 of them felt a chill in their hearts, and a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. Everyone's eyes landed on the ground. The pink dust from before had formed a layer on the ground, like the fallen flowers after autumn, spreading all over the ground. The man grinned hideously. This thing isn't some pollen. Above the 4 seas, there's a magical celestial phenomenon called pink crystal dust. This thing is refined from that crystal dust. It has extremely strong spatial energy, so it can penetrate your array and land. Pink crystal dust. The bodies of the 9 people trembled. They had been in Haiban City all year round, so they naturally knew about this item. After my second brother refined this, not only can it penetrate all kinds of formations and barriers, but it also has an extremely strong ability to explode space. The man laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, the pink crystal dust on the ground seemed to be blown by the wind and rolled up. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the ground collapsed instantly. The golden barrier was blasted open, and the mirror of light in the sky shattered. The boundless explosive power spread in all directions, engulfing the 9 of them. The 9 of them were fully focused on forming seals to resist the monstrous flood. How could they withstand such an attack? They were instantly smashed into pieces. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The man's laughter came from the violent energy. The flood in the sky also froze for a moment before slowly dissipating. The entire land was barren. All traces were washed away by the sea water. The sea water slowly flowed towards the land and the sea. The man broke free from the golden cauldron. Other than a maniacal smile, there was also anger on his face. He said coldly, "Second brother, you've acted just in time. Right when I was about to enter the gates of hell." It was obvious that he was blaming the other party for acting too late. The hand that was holding the transparent dragon's skull in the sky retracted. Then, it shook on the spot for a moment, and a man in white appeared. The white-robed man's face was cold and emotionless, as if he had no feelings at all. When those 9 people join hands, although their attacks aren't strong, their defense is flawless. I have to see clearly and only attack when I'm completely confident. Only then can I hit the target with one strike. Humph. When you see it clearly, I'll be dead. These 2 people were the crown princes of the North Sea, the second-ranked Zong and the third-ranked Wu. If you didn't see it clearly, you wouldn't have attacked even if I died, right? Wu said coldly. Leap Sek's expression did not change as he said, "If it concerns your life, I will take action forcefully. However, if the situation is not right, they will leave after one attack." Wu's face twitched and he snorted heavily. It was unknown if he was angry or speechless. He then turned around and said, "Now that all the obstacles have been removed, let's quickly enter Lei Lin to find the peerless Yi-Wood." Zong nodded and placed his hands behind his back. A large amount of pink crystal dust surged out of his body and floated in the sky. He closed his eyes to sense it. A moment later he opened his eyes. Countless pink crystals flew back into his body, and he took a few steps in the air. A ray of golden light bloomed from his hand, crackling and flashing like lightning. He threw it forward. Pai pa pai pa. The golden ball of lightning spun in the air, and then it pulled out electric arcs that spread out like a water curtain. A green array about 100 feet wide appeared in front of the 2. "Is this the entrance? You've hidden it well." A look of excitement flashed in Wu's eyes as he licked his lips. Leap Sect looked at the green formation for a while and said, "This formation is not simple. If you have that pink crystal dust, why don't you just pour it in and blow up the array?" Wu snorted in disdain. "That's not what I'm concerned about," Zong said. "Before we came, we did some research on the Divine Tree family. They are second-rate among the human forces, but when we saw the 9 of them joining forces, they were able to injure you and make me use the pink crystal dust and moon dance steps. If this is just a second-rate force, then what kind of existence are the first-rate forces of the human race, or even the 7 superpowers and the holy region which is above the 7 superpowers?" Wu's expression also changed, and he said in a deep voice, "This can't be a second-rate force. There must be an error in the information. Those pieces of trash who provide information actually dare to commit such a blasphemy. When I return, I'll definitely skin them alive. What you see may not be true, and what you hear may not be false. We need to observe more," Zong said. "What's the point of observing at a time like this? Hurry up and destroy this formation," Wu said impatiently. Leap Sect did not say anything. Instead, he raised his hand and clenched his fingers. A transparent dragon's skull appeared in his hand. A faint pink glow appeared in his eye sockets, and it became brighter and brighter. The dragon's skull spat out a cloud of pink smoke. It was the pink crystal dust, and it was spinning around the skull. Wu stared at the dragon's skull, and his eyes flashed with a hint of envy. The pink crystal dust danced around the dragon bones, and the entire sky suddenly became gorgeous, like countless falling flowers, with a kind of desolate beauty. Suddenly, the dragon's head bone in Leap Sek's hand trembled. He clenched his fist, and a layer of light was emitted from the skull. It instantly condensed into a pink dragon's shadow and roared as it flew behind him. "What's going on?" Wu's expression changed as he asked in shock. "Roar!" The pink dragon shadow crashed into a space. With a boom, it seemed to have encountered a huge resistance. It was as if it had hit a wall. Its entire body trembled and almost shattered on the spot. Under the huge shock, the space rippled with vertical lines and was pushed backward. A figure slowly appeared. "Who is it?" Wu's face sank as he furiously shouted. His eyes were flickering with killing intent. "I wanted to ask who the two of you are," the figure said slowly. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the pink dragon shadow. His expression suddenly changed and he said in surprise, "Pink crystal dust." The voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Leap Sek's expression changed as well. His indifferent face seemed to turn cold as he pointed at the air. The pink dragon shadow flew back instantly and circled above him. It raised its head and stared at the person in front of it. "How did you recognize this pink crystal dust?" Ruizong asked. "I've already refined it. If one doesn't have a deep understanding of it, it's impossible to see it at a glance." After a brief moment of shock, the man laughed and said, "Your so-called refining is to break the crystal state into a powder state? Other than the different shapes, I can't see any difference between this powder and crystal dust." "That only means you have a deep understanding of pink crystal dust," Ruizong said. "More or less," the man nodded. "I've studied it for a while." Ruo Wu frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Why are you wasting your breath on him? We don't know his background, so just kill him. This person is not simple. He definitely doesn't have the cultivation of a 7-stars martial supreme as he appears to be," said Leap Sect, his eyes flickering. The man who had suddenly appeared was Xianxia. He had wanted to sneak into Lei Lin to find out what was going on, but he did not expect to meet the 2 crown princes of the North Sea. "I'm from an unknown background?" Xianxia sneered. "The two of you are the ones with unknown origins. The corpses of the cultivators in front of you are disheveled." He glanced around and said, "Also, there was an intense battle here just now, and the smell of blood hasn't dried yet. Was it all you're doing? So what if I am?" Yun Wu said coldly. His face was extremely dark, and the killing intent in his eyes was getting stronger. Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "It's okay. I was just asking. Your sister. Go to hell." Yun Wu shouted angrily. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was. A black beam of light shot straight at Xianxia, and at the same time, a thunderclap flashed across the sky. A dark dragon's shadow suddenly emerged, spreading its claws and rushing down. "Black dragon." Yunxiao's pupils constricted. "Are you the crown princes of the North Sea?" He stretched out his hands, and a strong wind whirled in his right hand, while a cluster of flames appeared in his left hand. The 2 elemental powers combined in front of him, and a bang sounded. The fire spread out with the help of the wind, forming a huge wheel of wind and fire that was more than 100 feet in size, spinning continuously. Yunxiao's face turned hazy under the flickering flames. His left hand drew a circle in the air, then performed an incantation gesture and placed it in front of him while his right hand slapped forward. The great firestorm wheels whistled through the air and swept toward the black dragon. In the next moment, he immediately withdrew his right hand and formed a seal in front of him. Instead, he put 2 fingers on his left hand together and made a sword stance, pointing in one direction. Swish! A cold sword chi shot out and the sky was instantly split open. With a muffled bang, it cut something. Ruo Wu's figure suddenly appeared. He looked at the 5-fingered dragon claw in his hand with a shocked expression. He could clearly see the sword mark on it. At this moment, the black dragon that was descending from the sky was sucked into the great firestorm wheels before it could even unleash its power. It was completely out of control. Not only did the light on his body collapse and disintegrate from the 2 elemental forces, but the entire firestorm wheels also spun into the sky, getting smaller and smaller. This buy-in. The 2 men from the northern sea were stunned. They looked up at the firestorm wheels and the black dragon that had flown away. They were both stunned. The expression on Leap Sek's face gradually turned serious. Where did that flame come from? And what wind is divine wind? I know, Xianxia said. You are the royal family of the North Sea. He didn't expect that the people who coveted the spirit thunder fruit were actually from the royal family. Sneaking into my clan's territory and doing such a dirty thing. Do you still have any shame? Bastard! Run Wu immediately shouted angrily. This seawood island is the territory of my North Sea. Yet you shameless humans actually forcibly occupied it. It seems that you're going to deny it to the end, Xianxia said. It's no wonder. After all, admitting to being a thief is something that anyone would find hard to accept, not to mention your royal family of the sea. You're making irresponsible remarks and slandering us. You're sentenced to death. Ruo Wu flew into a rage again. His figure instantly disappeared from where he was standing, and in the next moment, he appeared above Xianxia, opened his 5 claws and grabbed at him. After the previous exchange, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and his entire person had already transformed into a dragon. Black chi shot out from its 5 claws and formed a small net in the palm of its hand. With a puchi, it spread out to several feet in size. It was made up of intertwining black lights in the air, flashing with formation light, and pressed down. I'm not from your North Sea, and I'm not a citizen under your rule, Xianxia said in surprise. Why are you sentencing me? He spoke unhurriedly. His figure flashed in the air and he retreated a few feet. His right hand reached out to the void and grabbed the Heaven's Light sword case, holding it in front of him. He formed several incantation seals with his left hand and struck them into the scabbard one by one. With every strike, golden light flickered and strips of silver light flashed on the sword case, causing countless patterns to appear. Go! Go! Xianxia shouted as he pointed a finger at the sword box with his left hand. Immediately, 9 beams of cold light shot out and lined up in a row in front of him, then split up in a fan-shaped pattern and slashed upward. Chi chi chi! The 9 northern heaven frigid star swords pierced through the black net and slashed toward Run Wu. Ruo Wu's eyes widened. He hurriedly turned around and his 2 claws directly grabbed at Zhu Jian. Bang! 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 His black claws were extremely hard, and they resisted the iron sword head-on. Each of the 9 swords was shaken away, and sparks flew. At the same time, the power of the black dragon burst out from his body like a volcano erupting. It condensed into a black cloud and flew out, trying to suppress the 9 swords. Xianxia cried out as he changed the seal in his hand. 9 heavens grabbing the moon! The northern heaven's cold star sword drew a few rays of cold light in the air. With a clang, it split apart and formed a sword diagram in the sky. It was 30 meters wide and slashed down in unison. Chi chi chi! Each of the cold swords pierced into the black clouds, and tiny silver vortexes appeared around the swords, scattering the dragon chi. The 9 swords were arranged according to a certain rule and hung around Ruo Wu. The formation diagram also pressed down from the sky and trapped Ruo Wu within it. At the same time, boundless sword chi spread out, forming a golden sword talisman above it. It spun and slashed down. What? Ruo Wu was shocked. The power that was emitted from the 9 swords was at the 9th rank. Moreover, the power of the sword diagram had completely suppressed his dragon power. He could not move at all as he watched the sword talisman land on him. Second brother! What? Run Wu shouted in shock. The veins on his face were bulging and large beads of cold sweat were dripping down. Leap Sek's pupils constricted, and he finally could not sit still any longer. In a flash, he pounced forward. Xianxia had been prepared for this. He sneered, and a cold light flashed between his eyebrows. Then the Calabash King Kong rushed out, roaring as it threw out a punch. On the tip of his fist, a tiny flame of the ice fiend heart flame flickered non-stop. With an extremely terrifying aura, it followed the wind of the fist and blasted out. Leap Sect suddenly sucked in a cold breath. Although he did not recognize this fire, he could sense the danger within it. He quickly formed a seal with his right hand and turned it into a palm. Pink crystal dust floated around the dragon palm, like a dream. Pai pa pai pa. The pink crystal dust made a very small sound and condensed together. It wrapped around the dragon palm and formed a pink transparent crystal. Xianxiao's pupils constricted, and he had an inexplicable bad feeling. However, the Calabash Little King Kong's punch had already arrived. The wind from the punch hit the pink crystal dust with the ice fiend heart flame, making the sound of glass breaking. Bang bang bang! The pink crystal dust exploded under the fist of the gored Little King Kong. A pink cloud shot out and dispersed. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he cried out in surprise. Not good! He teleported up, and a surge of mental power spread out from between his eyebrows, shooting toward the gored little King Kong, trying to teleport it away. But it was too late. The cloud of mist that exploded from the pink crystal dust swept up the gored little King Kong and disappeared. Yunxiao's face flickered, and he was furious. The pink cloud had the same function as the pink crystal dust on the sea, which could teleport people aimlessly. The gored little King Kong had obviously been sent away. Bang! 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 Due to Yunxiao's momentary loss of focus, the nine-sword sword diagram not far away was out of his control. In an instant, Ruo Wu seized the opportunity and forcibly transformed into a dragon to break it. Roar! A black dragon rushed out of the sword diagram and looked down from the sky. There seemed to be a hint of mockery in its eyes. It flew directly behind Leap Sect and then transformed into a human. The 9 northern heaven frigid star swords were all sent flying and stabbed into the ground far away, their bodies trembling non-stop. Yunxiao could no longer care about that. His face turned extremely unsightly as he stared at Leap Sect and said in a cold voice, "Where are my puppets?" Without changing his expression, he said, "Since you know the pink crystal dust, you should know its function. Teleportation is random and aimless. How can I know where it went?" Yunxiao was aware of this situation, but he only asked with a glimmer of hope. The gored little King Kong was half beast and half tool, and it was also something he had refined. As long as it was nearby, it would definitely be able to sense it. But now, it felt nothing in its heart, and it had obviously been teleported to an unknown place. Yunxiao's face was so dark that water was about to drip out of it. His eyes flickered with a fierce killing intent as he said in a cold voice, "Since that's the case, the two of you can stay on this island forever." In his extreme anger, the 9 northern heaven cold star swords in the distance sensed it and flew up. They spread out in a row in the air and slashed down. Several sword radiances flew out from the heaven's light sword case in his hand. They were also lined up and shot down one after another. Ruo Wu's expression changed drastically. He had been trapped in the 9 swords earlier, so he naturally understood how powerful this sword formation was. Now that more than 20 swords had flown out at once, it made him even more frightened. However, when he saw his brother beside him, he immediately calmed down and sneered. "Now that you know my second brother controls the pink crystal dust, you're already in an invincible position. Anything can be directly teleported away. Why do you have to keep us here?" Yunxiao's face was dark as he shouted, "What a joke! Did he think that he was invincible just because he had some spatial abilities? Besides, the pink crystal dust is only his tool. How can he control it?" Yunxiao quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and the 24 northern heaven cold star swords formed a formation in the air. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of silver sword beams shot out, intertwining in the air and forming a terrifying sword net. After taking away his gored little King Kong, he was determined to kill the two of them. In fact, he had been wronged. If it were not for the terrifying ice fiend Heart Flame, he would not have revealed his trump card so quickly. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to. The intertwining silver sword net tore the space it passed through into pieces, and nothing remained. The 2 crown princes' expressions changed drastically, and an extremely terrifying aura of death welled up in their hearts. Leap Sect grabbed the transparent dragon skull and shouted, "Pink barrier!" A large amount of pink crystal dust shot out of the dragon skull's eye sockets, forming a vortex around it. With just one spin, the crystal dust seemed to be frozen instantly, forming a transparent pink crystal wall. Chi 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 chi. The dense sword net fell and instantly covered the crystal wall. The terrifying sword chi shot into the crystal wall and disappeared. Looking closely, there was a thin and hazy light outside the pink crystal wall. All the sword chi that shot into it was directly teleported away, and the crystal wall was not damaged at all. "Ha ha ha! What did this king just say?" Run Wu laughed wildly with a sinister expression on his face. He had almost lost his life in Yunxiao's hands just now, and now he felt very happy to see the latter helpless. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silver sword light pierced through the space and shot in. Swish! Ruo Wu was careless, and the sword light shot past his face, leaving behind a shallow bloody mark. The two men from the northern sea were shocked, and they were in disbelief. They knew very well how powerful the spatial barrier formed by the crystal dust was. Unless they had the power to break through the barrier, it would be difficult to break through. Accident. Accident. This is definitely an accident. Extreme fear flashed through Ruo Wu's eyes as he said in a flustered manner, "The pink crystal wall randomly teleports all the sword chi here. It's normal for one or two to be teleported here." Meanwhile, Leap Sek's expression was dark, and his eyelids kept twitching. Although this explanation was reasonable, he still felt very anxious. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, two more beams of light shot in, cutting a black crack in the space inside the crystal wall. Will Swan and Ruo Wu swallowed with difficulty. Just as he was about to say that he was surprised, another 3 sword lights shot into his body and brushed past his body. There was also shock in Leap Sek's eyes. He knew the power of his move better than anyone else. Sword chi breaking through the wall one after another was no longer something that could be explained by probability. The only explanation was that the other party's sword formation had the ability to break through realms. The reason why only a few of them had entered was that the power of the sword formation had yet to be fully unleashed. Otherwise, his pink barrier would have been completely destroyed. Run Wu had also shut up completely. Other than fear, her face was pale. Although these few wisps of sword chi had no effect on them, Yunxiao's strength had deeply shocked them. The two of them looked at each other with shock and suspicion. The Divine Tree family was known as a second-rate force of the human race. The joint formation that they had just displayed was flawless. If not for the fact that Leap Sect had secretly intervened, they would not have been able to break it. And this random young man who had appeared out of nowhere had completely suppressed them. Could it be that the human race's strength had already reached such a terrifying level that they were directly several streets ahead of the sea race? Leap Sect immediately discarded these negative emotions and thought to himself, it was impossible. When the Sea Emperor led the 4 seas and his army forced their way to the Holy Region, the other party didn't even dare to let out a fart. If the human race was truly this powerful, how could our sea race live peacefully in the 4 seas? There must be something wrong. Once he understood this, he immediately calmed down. Even though sword light would occasionally break through the wall, it was of no use. Yunxiao had also seen this. His face darkened as he said coldly, "You really think I can't break this crystal wall?" He spun the sword case in his hand, and silver light flowed on it. Suddenly, the sword chi that filled the sky dispersed, and the 24 northern heaven cold star swords all flew back. Soon after, the sword case disappeared in his hand. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and his eyes turned into blood moons with strange marks. The light in his eyes suddenly focused down, and everything he saw disappeared. Leap Sek's heart trembled as an extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. Although he could not explain why, and he did not believe that the other party had the ability to break through his pink crystal wall, he had a feeling that he was about to face a great disaster. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, "Who are you? How dare you kill my sex people? You deserve to die." The shrill cry was like a sword light, shaking the sky and arriving in an instant. Yunxiao's heart jolted, and he looked surprised. His pupils shrank, but it was only a moment of hesitation. Then, he retracted his moon eyes and glanced at the 2 crown princes of the north sea coldly before his figure disappeared into the sky. Ruo Zong and Ruo Wu immediately felt relieved. The fear of imminent disaster instantly disappeared, and their faces turned pale with lingering fear. At this moment, the sky trembled and the owner of the stern voice appeared directly in the sky. He was dressed in a gray robe and had a stern expression. His eyes flashed like sword lights as he glared down fiercely, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. The 2 crown princes trembled under this gaze, as if they had been seen through by the other party. Both of their faces turned green, and their mood fell to the bottom. They even forgot their shock and fear. How could a random person be in existence that they looked up to? The man's eyes swept around, and his brows furrowed slightly. He then said in a cold voice, "Were you the ones who killed the previous 9 people?" The two of them remained silent. If they answered honestly, they would probably be hit with a big killing move the next moment, so they might as well just keep their mouths shut and play dumb. "Humph, since you don't want to answer, then there's no value in living. Go to hell." A murderous look flashed across the man's face. He pointed his finger in the air, and an invisible sword flew out in the sky, slashing down in an instant. The two of them were shocked, and there was anger in Leapsek's eyes. The pride of a king tier made him feel unusually ashamed and resentful. He suddenly grabbed the dragon's skull, and the pink barrier condensed once again. Bang! The invisible sword struck the pink crystal wall, creating a white sword light. The sword was not transported away, but it was blocked. Eh? The man in the sky was shocked. He raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he found it unbelievable. What is this thing? Can actually withstand my sword? There was a wave of dejection in Leapsek's heart. Those words seemed to be mocking him, and it had provoked his dignity. He, who was always calm and indifferent, was also enraged. He roared, "Don't look down on people." He let go of the dragon's skull and patted it gently. The dragon's skull immediately started to spin around him. Then, he formed a hand seal and reached out into the void again. Another dragon skull appeared in his hand. Then, he reached out 4 times in a row. Suddenly, 4 almost identical transparent dragon skulls started to spin in the air. However, each dragon skull had a completely different glow as they flew around Leapsect. Shock appeared in Ruo Wu's eyes as if he was extremely afraid of this move. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and transformed into his half-dragon form to defend himself vigilantly. Eh? No wonder their front and back 9 palace reversal formation couldn't stop you. If you have any ruthless moves, show me what you 2 earthworms are capable of. The man sneered in disdain, but his eyes were fixed on the 4 dragon skulls. Leapsek's heart jolted. He immediately understood that this person had already seen through their identities. He did not have anything to worry about anymore, so he frantically activated the 4 dragon skulls in his hand. In addition to the blue and pink light that had been shot out earlier, there were also silver and green light. The 4 skulls were trembling violently, as if controlling 4 at once was extremely strenuous for Leapsect, and his face was getting paler and paler. "Ha ha, Mr. Feng Yuan. If you want to see the ultimate skill of my sea race, why don't you let me demonstrate it?" A maniacal laugh rang out, and the entire sky immediately rumbled. It was as if a storm had suddenly arrived, and the sky immediately turned. After that, there was a flash of lightning and thunder. A huge red fireball appeared in the sky and fell down like a meteor. The fireball seemed to be on the sea, braving the wind and breaking the waves. Under the flashing lightning, it seemed even more powerful. A terrifying force gushed out of the fireball and directly locked onto Mr. Feng Yuan, as if it was going to attack with all its might. Mr. Feng Yuan's face darkened, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. "It's you." His tone revealed extreme shock and doubt. "Ha ha ha. It seems that teacher has not forgotten an old friend." The big fireball flipped a few times in the air. Just as it was about to hit the ground, it stopped falling and suddenly revealed a burly figure, who slowly landed on the ground. This person's eyes were filled with both lightning and fire. One was filled with lightning and thunder, while the other was filled with dancing flames. It was as if they were 2 different worlds. His face was cold and demonic. Both Ruizong and Ruiwu were overjoyed. Since this person had appeared, he would definitely save them. Mr. Feng Yuan's face twitched violently and became extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. Ha ha ha. It's been so many years." The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard laughed wildly. "I can't believe you still remember me. TSK. TSK. Do I really have such great charm?" Mr. Feng Yuan pointed in the air, and the sword-shaped attack on the pink crystal wall disappeared. He flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "Aren't you from the Eastern Sea? Why have you come to Seawood Town?" The lightning tiger fire leopard sneered, "Chun Fengyuan, do you humans like to argue like this? This lord's main cultivation is lightning and fire, and since a peerless Ewood has appeared here, I'm naturally here to steal treasures. Could it be that I'm here for a vacation?" Chun Fengyuan said coldly, "I don't care if you're here for a vacation or to meet your friends. However, if you have any ideas about this peerless Ewood, then get lost." A chill burst out of his body, and boundless sword essence spread out around him. Even the air turned into threads under this terrifying sword essence. The thunder tiger fire leopard sneered, "You weren't my match back then. You won't be my match now. Have you really decided to be beaten up by me again?" Chen Fengyuan's expression changed as his eyes burned with rage. "Seawood Town's Leilin is under the Blade Sect's jurisdiction. Do you want to make an enemy of the Blade Sect?" Both Ruizong and Ruiwu shuddered, and they revealed expressions of shock and realization. It was no wonder that the few people who came out had such terrifying cultivation. It turned out that the true owner of this place was not some second-rate faction, the Divine Tree family, but one of the 7 superpowers, the Blade Sect. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard frowned, crossed his arms in front of his body, and said in a clear voice, "I don't care if Leilin is yours, but peerless treasures have always been ownerless, and only the capable can obtain them." "Humph. What a good, the capable will get it." Chun Fengyuan laughed coldly. "If you don't scram, I'll immediately send a message back to the sect. There'll definitely be experts who are stronger than me here. At that time, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." The lightning tiger fire leopard's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Humph. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first, then enter Leilin and take the emu back to the Eastern Sea. Let's see who can catch me then." He stomped his foot, and a bolt of lightning suddenly spread out under his feet. The entire earth rumbled and cracked for 1,000 miles. All the seawater evaporated, and the ground shattered into pieces. Chun Fengyuan's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Good! You're so stubborn. I'll see how much you've improved over the years. This place is close to Leyland's Passage. If you want to fight, then follow me." With a stern expression, he turned into a sword light and shot toward the North Sea. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes also shone with a cold light. They glanced at Leap Sec's Leap Marshal and said, "With your strength, it's too dangerous to stay here. Come with me." Then, without giving the two of them time to think, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning bloomed from his body and wrapped the two of them. He knew that the Thunder Tigers and Fire Leopards were not worried about them because it was too dangerous, but because this was Leyland's passageway. They were afraid that they would go in alone and steal the peerless Ewood, which was why they were worried. However, with their abilities, they did not have the right to choose. Leap Sect immediately regained his composure and said, "Many thanks, Lord Lei Hua." Although Ruo Wu was also unhappy, he still kept his mouth shut. "Yes," the lightning fire tiger and leopard responded, and the three of them instantly turned into a huge ball of lightning. They rose into the air, bringing with them countless flashes of lightning as they chased after Chinfeng. A short moment later, the place was completely empty and quiet. All of a sudden, the sky shook slightly, and a ripple appeared somewhere. In the center of the ripples, Yunxiao's figure slowly emerged, his face dark and uncertain. "So the one in control here is the Blade Sect, no wonder." His expression changed slightly and he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard to come here. I've made such a big mess in the East Sea. I wonder if he will kill me as soon as he sees me. TSK. Who cares? This young master isn't someone that anyone can provoke. If he really dares to provoke me, I don't mind returning to the East China Sea again and blowing up his old nest." A cold look flashed across Yunxiao's face. In a flash, he landed on the ground and looked at the ceiling array that was floating in the air and had been found by Leap Sect. After the formation seal was opened by Leap Sect, it floated in the air quietly and emitted a green light. It did not move at all. The entire formation light looked like a huge copper coin with a square hole in the middle. Ripples spread out in all directions from the hole, and countless runes flashed in the ripples. With a flash between his eyebrows, Yunxiao summoned Pu Jinshan and said, "Do you recognize this array?" Pu Jinshan looked at the formation with shock in his eyes and said, "It seems to be the capital heaven essence locking great array. Is there a way to break it?" Yunxiao asked. Pu Jinshan fell silent for a moment before saying, "I can give it a try, but I might not be able to succeed. Besides, I'll need a certain amount of time. The only other way is to break it by force." "I understand," Yunxiao said after a moment of thought. What they lacked the most right now was time. Since Chun Fengyuan had been lured over, there would definitely be other powerful beings coming. Furthermore, they did not know when Chun Fengyuan and the Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard would finish their battle, so there was no time for Pu Jinshan to test himself. He waved his hand, and a white light flashed between his eyebrows. The Divine Realm tablet flew out, exuding a vast power, and smashed toward the center of the formation. Boom! The Divine Realm tablet suddenly became huge and hit the formation eye hard. The world shook violently. Bang! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out of the formation eye and hit the Divine Realm tablet. Countless lightning bolts darted out, densely covering the entire tablet and shooting in all directions. Yunxiao's face flickered, and his body suddenly turned into thunder. Countless electric arcs pierced through his body and shot backward. Pu Jinshan's expression changed drastically as well. He hurriedly circulated his essence force and formed a light shield in front of him. The thunderbolts continued to strike the shield, forcing him to retreat. The look on his face became more and more frightened. The whole world turned into a green sea of thunder and a prison of lightning. The power of thunder and lightning continued to penetrate through the Divine Realm tablet. Even the tablet was suppressed by this power, and its surface became dull. Yunxiao's face was filled with shock and solemnness. The eye of the formation was actually the entire Lei Lin. Unless he could destroy Lei Lin in one fell swoop, the power of this formation would never be exhausted. Pu Jinshan's face turned ashen under the countless flashes of lightning. The person who set up this array is really a madman. "No, I'm a genius." Lei Lin immediately became a part of the formation, and the weakest link of the formation became the strongest. "No wonder I've never heard of anyone robbing or stealing such a large field of heavenly materials and earthly treasures," Yunxiao muttered to himself. He waved his hand, and the Divine Realm tablet immediately flew back from the array and was caught in his hand. Under the onslaught of 10,000 lightning bolts, the steel was already dim and lightless. If it was any other 9th-tier profound armament, it would probably have been destroyed. As the Divine Realm tablet flew back, the lightning at the eye of the formation suddenly reduced and slowly disappeared. The entire formation returned to its previous calm, without the slightest abnormality. "Young Master Yun, this formation is already an ultimate formation. It's impossible to break it with brute force. Why don't you let me try?" Pu Jinshan's face turned livid. "Forget it." Yunxiao waved his hand. "The person who can set up such a formation will not leave any flaws in his technique. The possibility of breaking it is very low." With a wave of his hand, he summoned Pu Jinshan back and muttered to himself, "I'm now extremely curious as to how the Murong family managed to get their hands on their smuggling channels." In the sky, several powerful rays of light flew over and landed in the blink of an eye. The light revealed more than 10 people, all of whom were experts from the Divine Wood family. Mu Yuyun was not the only one among them, even Mu Yufeng was among them. Mu Yuyun immediately saw the formation and his face turned ashen. "Big brother, when we landed just now, there seemed to be a flash of green light that disappeared." Mu Yufeng said hurriedly, "Someone must have been here." Mu Yuyun's face was extremely gloomy as he angrily shouted, "All the guards are dead, and even the 9 defense array experts from the Blade Sect are missing. This place is a wasteland, and the Du Tian Essence Locking Grand Array has directly manifested. You're telling me that someone must have been here. Do I need you to say that?" "Pig!" Mu Yofeng's face reddened, and he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to answer. Mu Yuyun looked around a few times, but his divine sense couldn't sense anything. With a heavy snort, he formed a seal with his hands and slapped it out. The seal flew into the capital heaven essence locking formation, and a large number of electric arcs burst out from the entire formation. Then, it slowly disappeared from everyone's eyes. The other cultivator, the third head of the Divine Wood family, Mu Yulang, said with a serious expression, "Big brother, this place has been damaged to such an extent. The person who came is definitely not simple. Why don't we send all the strong people in the family to guard this place?" Mu Yuyun's face was ashen. He pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "Although the strength of those 9 experts is not as good as you and I, the power of the positive and negative 9 palace reversal formation is infinite. Even if we join forces, we can't break it. Even such a powerful barrier has been destroyed. Even if the Divine Wood family were to use everything they have, they would not be able to stop the intruder. Then what should we do?" Mu Yulang was stunned. "Humph. I'll just pretend nothing happened and wait for the next order." Mu Yuyun's expression slowly relaxed, and he said, "The current situation is no longer something we can control. All the major forces have sneaked in, and even the Merchant Union and the Holy Region have intervened. There are also people from the Sea Race. It's time for the Blade Sect to show themselves. We just need to follow the orders." A bright light flashed through Mu Yulong's eyes as he said in joy, "Big brother, I feel that this matter might be an opportunity for us. Perhaps we can borrow external forces to fight against the Blade Sect and get rid of their restraints." Mu Yuyun's expression changed drastically, and he angrily shouted, "Pighead! Don't talk nonsense." Mu Yulang said unhappily, "Why can't you tell me? Don't tell me that Big Brother doesn't have any thoughts about it." Mu Yofeng's face was also livid, and he rushed to say, "Third brother, you're really silly. Although most of the profits are taken by the Blade Sect every year, it's better to enjoy the shade under a big tree, and we can more or less get some soup. If there wasn't a huge tree like the Blade Sect to support us, we probably wouldn't even be able to get the soup." Mu Yulang was unconvinced. "But Seawood Town has always been the foundation of our Mu family. It has been owned by our Mu family for generations. Why should it be seized by others?" Mu Yun glanced at him and said indifferently, "Well said. Why? Just because they could casually send someone over to exterminate your entire family. In this world, the more powerful you are, the more resources you have. If you don't have the power, then shut up." Mu Yulong's face was dark and his eyes were filled with anger. Mu Yufeng sighed, "I just hope that this incident will not affect our long-term interests in the future. Otherwise, our main source of income will be cut off. It will be difficult for us to maintain our position in the top 3 by relying on the business channels in the Dingtian city." Mu Yuyun's pupils contracted, and he said slowly, "It's easy to lose in chaos, but it's also easy to win in chaos. Perhaps this will be an opportunity for our Divine Tree family to control the Dingtian city." Everyone's expression turned serious, revealing some excitement. Mu Yulang said, "Big brother, are we just going to leave this place unguarded?" Mu Yuyun said, "This capital heaven vitality ceiling formation is the strongest defense. There are only a few people in the world who can break this formation. If such an expert really comes, no matter how many people we send, it'll just be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It's unnecessary." "Let's go," he said. Mu Yuyun said indifferently. The members of the Divine Tree family immediately turned into rays of light and disappeared from their original spot. Suddenly, an electric arc appeared in the sky and slowly grew larger, turning into Yunxiao's figure. He stood in the sky for a moment, pondering, then turned into a beam of light and left. The next day, noon, the residents of the Divine Tree family would open up a wide network of connections and meet with heroes from all over the world. The atmosphere in the mansion was solemn. In the open space within a radius of several hundred feet, light constantly flashed down. All of them greeted the 3 Mu brothers with great enthusiasm, as if they were best friends. After greeting him, he found a chair to sit down and looked around with a cold expression. The 3 Mu brothers also understood that the courtesy was only on the surface. Everyone was here for their own benefits. They had a bountiful harvest of spirit lightning fruits, but they were now facing an unprecedented crisis. It was not just the various factions that had infiltrated, but the divine tree family's strength was completely helpless. In addition, the sea race had also intervened, making the situation more and more complicated. Therefore, the Divine Wood family sent out a notice to gather all the factions to agree on the distribution of the spiritual lightning fruits. At the same time, they also targeted the sea race and had the intention of joining forces to expel them. If anyone was absent from this event, they would have no chance of getting the spirit lightning fruit. Therefore, all the forces, big and small, had sent people over. There were also some representatives of martial emperors and martial grandmasters who were hiding far away in the corners. Although they could not be seen, they still represented a force. A ray of light descended from the sky, revealing a young man with delicate features. It was Murong Hangyu. He swept his gaze across the field, as if he didn't know anyone. He only nodded slightly to Mu Yuyun, then found a chair to sit down. His appearance attracted the attention of many people, and they all began to discuss and guess. Mu Yufeng bent down slightly and whispered into the ear of an old man, as if explaining Murong Hangyu's origins. The old man was Jiang Xiuzhen. His expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Murong Hangyu. Jiang Xiuzhen had originally wanted to return directly from the Dingtian city, but he had suddenly received an order from the Myriad Treasure Store's headquarters to buy as many Spirit Thunder fruits as possible. So he had changed his route and come to Seawood Town. As for Tao Hong and Ru'er, they were still carefully waiting on both sides with charming smiles on their faces. It was disgusting, but in the face of benefits and power, he still had to force a smile and carefully serve her. Suddenly, a ray of light descended, and a man and a woman appeared. The man had a wide face and heavy feasts, looking majestic. The woman was dressed in red, like a red cloud. The temperament of the two people immediately attracted a lot of attention. The originally noisy venue suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes gathered on them. Mu Yuyun smiled and went up to him personally, saying, "So it's the Long family's young masters, Qi Jiui and Feini. Your presence brings light to the Divine Tree family's humble dwelling." Everyone was shocked and looked over. The Long family of Skyridge was one of the 7 superpowers, and the most unique one. This was because the inheritance inside was not passed down from father to son or from master to disciple. Instead, it was a place where generations of true spirit bloodline possessors gathered. The Long family was divided into the inner and outer sections. The so-called inner sect was undoubtedly for those who had awakened the true spirit bloodline. As for the outer sect, not just anyone could enter. Only the descendants of true spirit bloodlines could awaken their bloodline in the outer sect. Even if you're the head of the Long family, if your descendants don't awaken their bloodline, they'll be immediately included in the outer sect. Furthermore, the Long family rarely moved around the continent, so the world did not know much about them. They could be said to be the most mysterious faction apart from the Soul Devourer sect. With Lord Yun's invitation, how could I not come? Qi Jiui laughed. By saying this, he had given the Divine Tree family enough face. Mu Yuyun's face bloomed with a smile as he personally welcomed them. He held the two's hands and walked in, constantly saying, "Come, come, please take a seat." The Divine Wood family had relied on their spirit lightning fruit resources to make friends with many superpowers. The intimacy between Mu Yuyun and the Long family's young masters had made the other superpowers jealous. All sorts of voices rang out once again. They were all people who said things like, "I've long heard of the young master of the Long family. You're indeed a dragon among men," and so on. They all went forward to get close to him. Qi Jiui's eyes turned and landed on Murong Hangyu, coldly saying, "Is that verbal cannon still not here? I had previously invited someone to invite him for a small gathering, but who knew that fellow was a complete coward." He was so scared that his face turned white on the spot and did not dare to come. Murong Hangyu laughed coldly. "Others don't go not because they're afraid of you, but because they look down on you. Why don't you even have this little bit of self-awareness?" The crowd was shocked and began to reevaluate Murong Hangyu. There were only a few people in the entire heavenly martial continent who would dare to mock the young master of the Long family. "You coward!" Qi Jiuai's face was gloomy and he said angrily, "Good, good. When the matter of the spirit lightning fruit is over, I'll make you two pay the price." His fists were flashing with lightning, and he almost couldn't control himself. Mu Yuyun's expression changed, and he tried to smooth things over. "The two of you, please don't get angry. If you have any personal grudges, we can talk about it later. Today, we are in the territory of the Divine Wood family. I hope that everyone will give us some face." Everyone's expression changed once again, and they all looked at Murong Hengyu with strange gazes. Mu Yuyun could be considered an old and cunning villain, but he did not side with any party when dealing with this matter. It was clear that this young man in front of him was as important as the Long family of Sky Ridge in Mu Yuyun's heart. Everyone immediately raised Murong Hengyu's status to an extremely high position in their hearts. "Humph!" Murong Hengyu only sneered and said no more. A trace of worry flickered in his eyes. Noon was about to pass, but Yun Xiao was still nowhere to be seen. Could something have happened to him? After all, Seawood Town had indeed been filled with experts and chaotic for the past few days. Suddenly, light flashed in the sky again, and several white-robed figures appeared, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Mu Yoyun's body trembled, and he hurriedly went forward to greet him. He cupped his fists and said, "So it's an expert from the Blade sect. I've been disrespectful." Voila! The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Their expressions became solemn as they looked at the group of people in white with extreme envy in their eyes. The Long family's two men and Murong Hengyu also looked over, their eyes flashing. The leader of the Blade sect was also a young man. He chuckled and said, "I am Chun Feng. Sir Yun is treating me like an outsider." His treating me as an outsider was a double concern. However, to the others, it sounded like the Saber Sword sect was just being polite. They were actually taking the initiative to express their goodwill to the Divine Tree family, and they could not help but be shocked. Although the Blade sect was on par with the Long family of Sky Ridge, their status in the hearts of all the martial artists was far above the Long family. Because the Long family was located in a remote area, and very few people traveled around the continent, they didn't hold much weight in the hearts of the people. The other super force in the north, Shunshan Palace, had also sealed off their mountain for many years, gradually losing its supreme position in the hearts of martial artists. Only the Biming family and the Blade sect were left, and they were the only two sects that could dominate the entire northern region. To think that the person who had just arrived was the son of the sect master of the Blade sect. Furthermore, he had such a good relationship with the Divine Tree family. While everyone was shocked, they could not help but reevaluate the status of the Divine Tree family, especially the factions in Dingtian City. Everyone's expression was ugly. "Ha ha ha! Young Master Qinfeng has personally come. It's an honor, an honor." Mu Yun was overjoyed and pulled Qinfeng inside. Everyone looked behind Qinfeng. They had heard that this person was naturally dissolute. No matter where he went, he would always have 4 beautiful maids by his side: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He was the envy of the world, but at this moment he was nowhere to be seen. There was only a white-robed woman following behind her. Although she was slightly beautiful, she was only above average. To everyone's surprise, Qinfeng, who was walking in front, actually turned around and held the woman's hand, and they sat down together. Under everyone's gaze, the woman's face turned red. She wanted to pull her hand back, but she couldn't break free. She could only let Chun Feng hold her hand and sit shyly beside him. The one beside young Master Chun Feng is Baian. Fei and I blinked her eyes and revealed a half-smile. Chun Feng smiled and said, "My wife, Liang Yui." "What?" Everyone was taken aback. They all looked at Liang Yui, trying to guess her background. Liang Yui's body trembled, and she lowered her head with a flushed face. However, she could not hide the sweetness on her face. "Miss Yui, are you from the Empyrean One Pavilion?" A voice suddenly asked in confusion. It was Jiang Xiuzhen. Liang Yui raised her head and nodded. I used to be a disciple of the Empyrean One Pavilion, but I left later. Everyone suddenly realized that he was a disciple of the Empyrean One Pavilion. The Empyrean One Pavilion could be considered a big shot in the Merchant Union. Although their disciples were not as good as Chen Feng, they could at least make up for the gap. Moreover, the aura of cultivation that Liang Yui faintly revealed seemed to be above Chen Feng's. Then this old man didn't recognize the wrong person, Zhang Xiaojin said with emotion. When Song Yang fought in the Merchant Union City, the martial Dao contestant sent by the Empyrean One Pavilion was you. Liang Yui's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and said, "The matters of the past are already a thing of the past." Everyone's expression changed slightly. The so-called fleeting cloud was not only in the past, but also in the Song Yang City, the headquarters of the Merchant Union. Chen Feng's pupils also contracted, as if he had recalled something, and he said, "The matter of Song Yuyang has not been decided yet. The main culprit back then has now become an overlord. TSK. Your merchant union is really a merchant union. Merchants valued profit and always believed that profit was the most important. As long as there were enough profit, they could give up anything." Zhang Xiaojin also heard the sarcasm in his words. His old face blushed, and he said awkwardly, "It's too complicated. The merchant union is still investigating it." Investigate? Chen Feng sneered. There were people who survived that year. Yui and I have experienced it ourselves. If the merchant union is willing to make a conclusion, we don't mind being witnesses. Cold sweat rolled down Zhang Xiaojin's face as he listened, and he couldn't help but wipe his forehead with a handkerchief. How could he make such a big decision? Not to mention making the decision, even if he continued to talk, his life might be in danger. He immediately said, "This matter will be handled by someone else, and I know nothing about it. Today we will only talk about the spiritual lightning fruit." Swish! Chen Feng snorted in disdain. In the Battle of Songyueyang City, he had almost died in there. He had a deep grudge against the Four Extremes sect. However, not only was Tang Qing safe and sound after the incident, but he had also become the Lord of Red Moon City and was on equal footing with their Blade sect. He also knew that the reason behind this was not simple. There must be a great force involved in this to produce such an absurd result. Zhang Xiaojin quickly returned to normal and smiled. "It's a blessing in my life to be able to see so many powerhouses of the younger generation in Seawood Town today. Young Master Chen Feng and your daughter from the Blade sect, the two young masters from the Skyridge Long family, and this young master from the Murong family are all elites at the peak of the North region. Today, my horizons have been broadened. In the future, I'll have the capital to brag to others. If he were to suck up to them, he would not miss a single one of the three forces." The surrounding people all revealed looks of disdain. The two women, including Peach, also had a look of contempt in their eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. It was only then that everyone realized that the young master was from the Murong family. However, most of them were still confused. It was obvious that they had never heard of this family before. Chen Feng felt a burst of displeasure in his heart. He coldly said, "The elites of the North region belong to the Four Greats. There's not a single one here, so how can we talk about the peak? If Myriad Treasure Stores Li Feiyu were here, would you still say such words?" Zhang Xiaojin chuckled. "The four prodigies of the North were all chosen by the masses and have never really competed. In addition, that was many years ago. I believe that if we were to fight now, you young masters will definitely be selected." Qi Jiuai's eyes flashed with a trace of battle intent, and his blood began to burn. He said, "I'm actually looking forward to seeing the other experts." His eyes, intentionally or otherwise, glanced at Chen Feng and Murong Hengyu. "I don't think I'm strong enough," Chen Feng said indifferently. "Brother Chigue, you should find someone else." Murong Hengyu sneered. "Who among the truly strong would look up to you? You still want to fight? TSK, are you even qualified?" Bang! Qi Jiuai's entire body turned green. He clenched his fist, and the air exploded. His eyes were burning with anger. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became very tense, and everyone frowned, thinking that Morong Hongyu's words were too mean. Young people were hot-blooded, aggressive, and loved to save face. You're scolding him in front of everyone. Who can swallow this down? Morong Hongyu was completely unmoved, his face still filled with ridicule as he coldly looked at him, his expression saying, "Hit me if you have the guts." Fei and I's expression changed slightly. Seeing that the strange ghost's body was shooting out lightning from time to time, it seemed to be unable to control itself. She hurriedly opened her red lips and seemed to be using secret voice transmission. The strange ghost's expression was constantly changing, becoming extremely unsightly, and it was constantly shrouded in a layer of azure light. After he heard Fanny's voice transmission, he finally gritted his teeth. "Morong Hongyu, I challenge you now. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one, to the death." Morong Hongyu stretched out his index finger and shook it as he sneered. "You don't have the right. Ha ha. What a good, not qualified." Chi Gui laughed in anger, but his expression calmed down. He coldly looked at him and said, "I'll give Sir Yun some face and let you jump around a few more times. Once this is over, it'll be time for me to send you on your way." He instantly retracted all of the lightning power in his body, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and sat down. He closed his eyes and didn't say a word. Furthermore, he seemed to have sealed his 5 senses and 6 senses, no longer paying attention to the outside world. Mu Yuyun sighed. This was also good, in case the two of them couldn't end up quarreling. He gave Morong Hongyu a reproachful look, as if he was saying, "You're not giving me any face at all." Morong Hongyu chuckled and did not say anything else, causing the atmosphere to turn awkward. This made the crowd even more curious about the Morong family. All sorts of soft murmurs were heard. Jiang Shoujin was also embarrassed. After all, it was because of his words, so he came out to smooth things over. "You're all outstanding martial artists of the North region. Back in the days, the Holy Region gathered all the heroes in the world for a martial arts ranking, and they fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. That was how the 10 titled martial sovereigns were born, and it became a much-told story that people yearned for. Maybe in a few years the billboard will be launched again. At that time, the young masters and young ladies will be able to shine and leave their names in history." Everyone's hearts trembled. Thinking of this past, they couldn't help but reveal a fascinated expression. Mu Yun stroked his beard and smiled. "That's right. The fact that the few young masters and young ladies have come to visit my divine tree family is already giving me, Mu Yuyun, great face." Fei and I restrained her yearning and smiled. "Why are the sea race people still not here? Could it be that they are afraid after seeing so many heroes gathering together?" "Ha ha. That's for sure." Jiang Shoujin laughed. He continued to flatter them. 2 out of the 7 super forces have come, and there's also the Morong family. It can be said that the 3 great forces have gathered together. If I were a member of the sea race, I would also be too scared to come. Ha ha. The crowd also laughed. Although they didn't feel ashamed of Jiang Shoujin's character, they also felt that he was reasonable. Peepa! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. A green arc of lightning jumped in the air. Pa! The electric arc flashed in the air and landed on Jiang Shoujin's face like a slap, crisp and powerful. Jiang Shoujin shrieked in pain and hurriedly covered his face. He said in shock and anger, "Who is it? Who dares to ambush me?" Although the lightning was small, it was very powerful. Jiang Shoujin's entire head was charred black, and his face was black as blood oozed out. A cold voice came from the sky. 2 of the 7 superpowers and the Morong family have come. We are so scared that we don't dare to come out. It's better to hide in the dark. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically. The entire place instantly fell silent, and everyone was extremely vigilant. Jiang Shoujin immediately knew who it was. He trembled in fear, quickly closed his mouth, and retreated into the crowd. He covered his face and didn't dare to make a sound, only admitting that he was unlucky. Mu Yun's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Friends from the sea race, since you're here, don't be so hesitant. Come out." Humph. You guys are so good at shooting your mouths off. How would we dare to come out? Haha, that's right. With so many important figures here who will leave their names behind for eternity. TSK. Let's go back and gather the army before coming back. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The war in the eastern region had just stopped not long ago. Although they had defended the city and did not let the sea race take any advantage, they had also suffered heavy casualties. Although the other party's words were full of jokes and threats, they had to be on guard. Not to mention, many of the cultivators here were forces close to the sea. Once a fight broke out, they would be the first to bear the brunt. If the two races go to war, the human race will naturally not be afraid, Mu Yuyun said in a deep voice. It's just that no one will benefit from such a situation. None of you will be happy to see it. Humph. It's fine to play once in a while. A ray of azure light descended from the sky, and several dozen figures immediately appeared. Although they were all humanoid, they gave off a strange feeling, and everyone could tell at a glance that they weren't of their race. The Thunder Tiger, Fire Leopard, and the Crown Prince of the North Sea were among them. There were also 3 members of the Sea Tribe, 2 men and 1 woman, who also had strange expressions. One of the men had a blue face, but a small patch of red hair grew on his head. The other man had a chubby face and 2 huge nostrils. The woman was delicate and exuded a cold aura. Her feet did not touch the ground, but she was quietly floating. However, she was petite, and even though she was suspended in the air, she was still half a head shorter than the others. Behind them, there was a row of large and strong men with wide eyes and sharp fangs, exuding a fierce aura. Everyone looked at the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard in shock. Among the more than 10 people, the aura on his body gave people an unbearable feeling of oppression, as if he could turn them into ashes with just a slight movement of his finger. When the 10-odd people appeared, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely oppressive. Although there was no conflict between the two sides, they formed 2 distinct auras that were in opposition to each other. If you guys really want to have a big fight, I'll be happy to oblige, Chen Feng said coldly. The majority of the northern region's seashore was under the jurisdiction of the Saber Sword sect. As the young master of the Saber Sword sect, Chen Feng naturally couldn't show any weakness. Moreover, if a fight really broke out, it was impossible for their Blade Sword sect to bear the consequences alone. One had to know that the North region was the strongest of the 4 regions, and they didn't fear the threat of the sea race at all. Humph! Ignorant child, can you make the decision? You have to be responsible for your words. Ruo Wu's face darkened as he shouted. His voice was so loud that it caused a buzzing sound to ring out in the air. He wanted to give Chen Feng a warning. Of course, Chen Feng replied with an indifferent expression. Ruo Wu furrowed his brows. He had thought that the other party would be scared to the point that his face would turn pale. Who would have thought that there would be no effect at all? On the contrary, he was the one who had brought a snub upon himself. He immediately shouted in anger. It's useless to say more. We're not here to talk to you today. In terms of words, our sea race is willing to admit defeat. I've come today to ask you humans to leave Seawood Island as soon as possible. My sea race will take over the island. Everyone's faces changed drastically, each and every one of them extremely furious. Seawood Town had been inhabited for thousands of years, and now a few random people had come to ask them to get lost. Anyone would be furious. Haha, on what basis? Mu Yun was so angry that he laughed. You guys are blatantly bullying people. Ruo Wu sneered and said, This town was originally called Seawood Island. It drifted over from the North Sea and has always been a property of our North Sea. It has been forcefully occupied by your human race for thousands of years. Who exactly is the one bullying who? Everyone was indignant, and all kinds of discussions and curses were heard. Their emotions were getting more and more agitated, and most of them were shouting things like, Get lost. A proud expression flashed across Ruo Wu's face as he said, It's like a dog you have at home. One day it runs to your neighbor's house and stays there for a few days. Does that mean that the dog isn't yours, but your neighbor's dog? How would you feel? Everyone was instantly rendered speechless. This analogy was too vivid, and they were actually unable to refute it at once. They all looked at each other in dismay. Haha! Everyone here is dressed like snow. Since you understand the truth, you should quickly leave. Ruo Wu waved his hand with the unquestionable bearing of a king, leaving everyone speechless. TSK, TSK. You said you don't know how to talk and admit defeat. You're showing weakness to others. You're really scheming. The air shook slightly, and a mocking voice came. Murong Hongyu's face changed, and he was overjoyed. He could tell that the man was Yunxiao. But at the same time, they were also worried that he would collide with the sea race and be the first to be attacked. Ruo Wu's expression changed. He had also recognized the voice, and he angrily said, "It's you." Many people in the audience frowned. Even Chun Feng's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He turned to look at Liang Yui and saw the same look of surprise and suspicion on her face. "Is it really him?" Chun Feng asked in a low voice. Liang Yui nodded and then shook her head, as if she was not sure. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard had their eyes tightly closed the entire time, as if they were indifferent to the outside world. At this moment they suddenly opened their eyes. One of their eyes was burning with fire while the other was filled with lightning. They stared at the void with a surprised expression. The space in the sky slowly rippled, and Yunxiao's figure appeared, looking down calmly. "Ah!" Suddenly someone cried out. It was Jiang Shoujin, who was covering his face with one hand. He jumped up in panic as if he had been kicked. Mu Yufeng and the two women were also shocked, not expecting to see Yunxiao here. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes sank and burst out with killing intent. It spread out all of a sudden. Everyone in the field felt it and turned pale with fright. The killing intent was so sharp that it made everyone's hair stand on end. They all felt cold and extremely shocked. Feini and Chiguei were also surprised. They did not understand why Yunxiao's appearance could make the Sea Tribe lose their composure. In particular, experts like the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were almost peak 9-star existences. It was already very difficult to be moved by external affairs. However, they were actually attracted. What made them even more surprised and puzzled was that this kid not only dared to confront the sea race head-on, but he was also completely unafraid under the deterrence of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. He still looked indifferent, which made people want to beat him up. "You're really bold, kid. He's not afraid of anything, and he's still alive." The aura of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard flowed slowly, and its killing intent became stronger and stronger. Ruo Wu's expression changed drastically at the same time, and a very surprised look appeared on his face. He did not expect that the Thunder Tiger, Fire Leopard, and Yunxiao knew each other, and it seemed that they had some kind of grudge against each other. The expressions of the other members of the Sea Tribe also changed. They felt the pressure coming from the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Yunxiao's expression remained unchanged, but he raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, "It's none of your business, you coward." The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard roared in anger. Their aura slightly burst out, forming a tyrannical wind. The sea race people around them were all shocked and stepped back in horror, leaving more than 100 feet of space. At the same time, the people of the sea race were also bewildered. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard was one of the few experts in the Eastern Sea, the commander of the S-Class sea race. His cultivation had long entered the peak of the 9-star level. Even the royal families of the Four Seas had to address him as Lord Leihua when they saw him. No one in the world dared to be disrespectful to him. They looked at Yunxiao as if they were looking at a dead man. When Chun Feng and his wife saw Yunxiao, they were taken aback at first, but then they smiled wryly. Their annoying looks had not changed at all, but they were also deeply worried about him. Chun Feng's expression was somewhat anxious, as if he was waiting for someone. "You think I don't dare to kill you?" The Lightning Tiger Fire Leopard said coldly. "It's not whether I dare or not, but whether I can or cannot." Yunxiao was calm and composed, and his tone was tit for tat. "Haha! How arrogant! Today, I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone and make an example of you." The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard clenched their fingers in the air, and a crackling sound could be heard. A bolt of lightning circled around his palm, turning into a sea of lightning that was getting stronger and stronger. The sky immediately changed color as dark clouds rolled over. The entire city became extremely dark, as if it was night. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and was extremely shocked. Under the intimidating power of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard at the peak of martial arts, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and they couldn't even summon the slightest desire to fight. Everyone circulated their essence force to the peak, struggling to resist the vast power. Mu Yuyun was both shocked and angry. Under the might of heaven and earth, even he felt that the chi and blood in his body were in turmoil and surging uncontrollably, as if they were about to burst out of his blood vessels. The rest of the weaker ones were even more terrified, all of them trembling. Chun Feng's face darkened. A purple light flashed between his brows and a sword chi shot out. It turned into a long snake in the air and coiled above everyone. The long snake flicked its tongue, and the purple light on its body lit up. Liang Yui also raised her right hand, and a crimson fire sword slashed across the sky. Immediately, 10 suns rose into the sky, and the sun shone for 1,000 miles, illuminating a clear sky under the dark clouds. 10 blazing suns revolved around the purple light, forming a strange pattern. With the two of them working together, they actually produced a wondrous effect. The peak pressure instantly disappeared, causing everyone to reveal looks of surprise and gratitude. Fei and I and Morong Hangyu looked up at the 10 suns circling the dragon in the sky, their faces filled with shock. But, to everyone's surprise, Yunxiao's expression remained unchanged even under the might of heaven and earth, as if he was not in this world. Fei's pupils constricted as she looked at Yunxiao's figure, and a strange look flashed across her face. Although everyone was no longer affected by the pressure, they still looked shocked and panicked. If such an expert were to make a move, this place would probably be annihilated in an instant. Moreover, once they made a move, it would mean that the negotiations between the two races had broken down. In the end, they would have to rely on force to make the decision, and it was very likely to evolve into another war between the two races. Humph! Thunder Fire Black Bear. Don't be so arrogant. A flash of sword light appeared in the sky, instantly splitting the entire sky apart. The sword light did not dissipate, and a white light suddenly lit up. Within it, an old man appeared. It was Chun Fengyuan, and his face was filled with anger. Third granduncle. Chun Feng was pleasantly surprised. Yunxiao's eyes flickered when he saw Chun Fengyuan. He could sense that Chun Fengyuan's emotions were fluctuating greatly, and his aura was unstable. He probably lost more than he won in yesterday's battle, and was even injured. Sure enough, the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard grinned. Haha! Old man, you ran away with your face covered in dust yesterday. I thought you were buried in the sea. Haha! His tone was filled with pride and prestige. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but feel depressed. It wasn't easy for an expert who could withstand the situation to appear, but it turned out that he had already been squandered. Their morale immediately fell. Chun Feng was also bewildered. His third great-uncle's strength was so great that he could be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Blade sect. Yet, he had actually lost to the other party. This was something he found extremely hard to believe. Shut up! Chun Fengyuan's embarrassment turned into anger. He shouted, "This old man has been careless. I have fallen into your trap. Let's fight again today." The white sword projection behind him expanded in size as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard had a victorious smile on his face. He gradually calmed down and said, "I didn't come all the way here for you. As long as you're willing to hand over the second wood, I'll return to the East Sea immediately." The expressions of the members of the Sea Race, including those from the Leap sect, changed drastically. They wanted to voice their doubts, but they held themselves back. However, their expressions were dark and unsightly. "Ha-ha! In your dreams. Where did you come from?" Chun Fengyuan roared in anger. "Scram back to where you came from." He had been beaten half to death in yesterday's battle, and it was difficult for him to swallow the anger in his heart. If he was not seriously injured at the moment, he would have fought again. The lightning tiger and fire leopard smiled and said in a deep voice, Chun Feng'un, don't be ungrateful. Once they started fighting, no one would benefit. Today, the 2 crown princes of the North Sea are also here. Once the battle starts, it will not be a simple competition. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked toward the other sea race people. In the end, their eyes locked on Ruo Wu and Ruo Zong. And only these 2 people looked like they were from the royal family. Be reasonable, we're not afraid. Run Wu said proudly. If war breaks out, we have even less to fear. Whether it's reason or soldiers, it's up to you to decide. He had a magnanimous and modest look on his face as he stood tall and proud. TSK, don't you have any shame? You just said that Seawood Town was formed on the island of the North Sea a long time ago, so it belongs to you? Yun Xiao sneered. Of course. Run Wu raised his eyebrows. Yun Xiao nodded. It said that when the world was created, there was only one heavenly martial continent, not 4 seas. The sky was round and the earth was square. However, there was an ancient almighty with immeasurable divine power that directly caused the sky to collapse, the earth to crack, and the water to gather, gradually forming the 4 seas. In that case, your entire sea race is a foreign force. Please get out of our territory with the water of the 4 seas. This Wufu is full of nonsense. Ruo Wu was shocked and furious. Yun Xiao's words were too far-fetched, and the fact that the world was created was a myth which was not worth mentioning at all. All the humans also felt that it was too far-fetched, but at this moment, they were united against the outside world and shouted, You're right. The entire realm of heavenly martial arts used to be a continent. Take your seawater and get lost. For a time, egging and strange yells rang out from all directions, as well as all kinds of ridicule, causing the members of the sea race to glare at them. It's like digging a pond in your yard and raising a few toads in it, Yun Xiao sneered. Doesn't that mean that the pond doesn't belong to you? Ha ha. Brother Yun Xiao is right. Ha 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 ha. Chun Feng laughed out loud and said, I don't want this pond anymore. I'd like to ask all of you toads to take the water of the 4 seas and leave. You're allowed to trace Seawood Town to the source, Yun Xiao said coldly. But I'm not allowed to trace the source of the 4 seas? What a good, educated, and reasonable. Ruo Wu was anxious. If he couldn't explain that Seawood Town had originally returned to the North Sea, then he wouldn't be able to stand on his side on this trip. Thus, he said, the things that happened when the world was created are all legends. How can there be any proof? How can anyone believe such an ethereal matter? Morong Hangyu also sneered, Hehe. Then how can you prove that Seawood Town is your island in the North Sea? How can you convince us? The sea tribe man with red hair said, I can prove that Seawood Island has always been under my clan's rule thousands of years ago. Even if it's just evidence, as long as you have the heart to look for it, you can find some. The Sea Clan woman floating in the air sneered and said, The island's movement isn't a simple change. There must be a lot of evidence left behind, not to mention a large island like Seawood Island. Even these rootless trees came from the North Sea. In the original territory, there are still many similar plants. Everyone's hearts trembled. If they really found evidence, then they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Since you all have a plan in mind and think that the evidence is irrefutable, Yun Xiao sneered, please collect it and bring it out for discussion. So, the most important thing now is not to talk about the ownership of Seawood Town, but to find evidence. Don't worry, as long as there's enough evidence, we won't deny it. Mu Yuyun's eyes lit up as he immediately understood Yun Xiao's meaning. He smiled and said, That's right. As long as you can produce strong evidence, we will not deny it. That's all for today's matter. If fellow sea race friends wish to have a few more people stay, this one will certainly entertain you with great hospitality. At this moment, everyone understood that Yun Xiao was just stalling for time. As long as you don't have any evidence, what's the point of saying anything? By the time the evidence is gathered, the peerless Ewood will have already appeared out of nowhere and will have nothing to do with your sea race. Even if the people of the Sea Tribe can gather evidence before the birth of the second Wood, they have to convince us first. Then, we'll debate with you for 10 days to half a month. dragging it out until all the benefits are distributed. At that time, Seawood Town will not have much value, and the people of the Sea Tribe will probably not want it. Therefore, everyone shouted, "That's right. Nothing in the world can escape the word reason. As long as you can produce sufficient evidence, we will definitely not deny it. Hurry up and find the evidence. Don't delay everyone here." The members of the sea race were stunned. Where are we supposed to get the evidence in such a short time? I can't even produce evidence for the matter of Seawood Town in such a short time, Xianxia said with a smile. Where do you want me to find evidence for the creation of the world in such a short time? It's almost 2 o'clock again, Ying. Although I've been staying up late recently, I can't stop at 2 o'clock even if I stay up all night. The sea race's people were all stunned and speechless. Preposterous and childish. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard shouted in a deep voice and revealed a ferocious expression. If you don't want to waste time, hurry up and unlock the Capital Heaven Essence Locking Grand Array. We'll seize the items with our own abilities. Chun Fingyuan's expression turned cold as he replied, "What? Now that you know you're being unreasonable, you're going to rob me? Hee, what do you mean by robbing? Don't make it sound so ugly." The Lightning Tiger Fire Leopard's face flickered with red and green as he laughed. A bunch of childish people. After training for so long, do you still not understand what logic is? The fist is reason. It belongs to whoever has the bigger fist. This is the law that has never changed since ancient times. When did it become that having a good mouth is the right thing to do? He glared at everyone with a murderous look in his eyes and said fiercely, "Whoever talks to me about bullshit reasoning, I'll talk to him about fists." Everyone's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of anger. Chun Fengyuan shouted, "Old dog, do you think we'll be afraid of you? If you want to fight, then lay down the rules." The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard chuckled and said coldly, "Since Mr. Fengyuan is so ambitious, why don't you and I represent our two races in this battle? The winner will stay, and the loser will get lost. What do you think?" Chun Fingyuan's expression changed as he felt embarrassed and furious. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat his opponent with his own strength. So his face darkened and he did not say anything. No, this is not good." Xianxia shook his head as he pointed at Runwu and said, "Let me have a match with him. The winner stays, and the loser gets lost." "I don't agree. Why should it be you and me?" Yun Wu's expression changed drastically as he angrily said, "Then why are they Thunder Tiger, Fire Leopard, and Mr. Fengyuan?" Xianxia laughed. "Why don't we let everyone express their opinions? Those who support my battle with you, raise your hand." "I support you. I absolutely support you." The crowd burst into an uproar. Although they did not know Xiao's strength, they knew that there must be a chance when they saw Runwu's unhappy look. They all shouted with all their might and raised their hands high. The voices of support grew louder and louder, causing Runwu's expression to turn extremely ugly. He looked at the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard for help. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes flickered with a cold light as they stared at Xianxia and snapped, "Since you don't agree to the martial arts competition, what should we do? Anyway, don't talk to me anymore, or I'll be the first to kill." Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Since we want to decide the outcome by force, we must expand the scope of participation. For the sake of fairness, you have a total of 16 people, so let's have 16 matches. If it's a draw of 8-8, it's our loss." Everyone immediately looked at the 10 guards of the Sea Tribe behind him. Although they were all Martial Supremes, they were only low-level Martial Supremes. It would be enough as long as they won the 10 battles. "This method is wonderful and fair," Mu Yuyun said with a smile. "Bullshit fairness. 3 or 5 rounds." The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard shouted angrily. Although he appeared to be violent and unruly on the surface, he had a rough idea of what was going on when he swept his gaze across the humans. Everyone tensed up. The negotiations were finally on the right track, and they began to put forward conditions that both sides could accept. Although Mu Yuyun was the owner of this place, the one who truly held power was still the Blade Sect. He looked towards Qin Feng. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard had a confident look on their faces. They were sure to win. As for the other few matches, among the people in front of them, there was almost no one who could defeat the people around him. Moreover, with his peak 9-star strength, there were no rules in the world that could really restrain him. Even if he was unlucky and really lost, as long as he fell out with them and forcefully took the peerless E-Wood, who could stop him? Chun Fingyuan's figure flickered as he descended from the sky. He casually cast an incantation seal, which turned into a barrier in the air to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. He then pulled Chen Feng, his wife, and the 3 Mu brothers into the group. "What do you all think of this martial art?" Chen Fengyuan asked. Mu Yun cupped his fists and said, "Lord Fengyuan, I think it's feasible. This lightning tiger and fire leopard strength is heaven-defying, and if he were to go on a rampage, the entire Seawood town would probably fall. It might even affect Leilin and destroy all the rootless trees." Chun Fengyuan said hatefully, "This is also what I'm worried about. Then, will it be 3 or 5 matches?" Mu Yun pondered and said, "As long as Lord Fengyuan doesn't face the lightning tiger and fire leopard, it's equivalent to each of us winning a battle. The strongest on our side are young Master Qin Feng, Murong Hengyu, and the 2 young masters of the Long family. I wonder if young Master Qin Feng is confident in winning." "I'm not sure," Qin Feng chuckled. "But with that person here, we'll win the 3rd round without a doubt." Mu Yun and Chun Fengyuan were both shocked, and said, "That person?" A strange expression appeared on Chen Feng's face, and he said, "Lord Yun, how could you forget about the number 1 person in the world among the younger generation? Don't tell me you don't know his identity." Chen Fingyuan's expression changed, revealing a look of shock. Mu Yun's face was also filled with shock, and he said in surprise, "The number 1 rising star? Li Yunxiao? He is Li Yunxiao." Mu Yofeng's expression also changed, and he said in shock, He's Li Yunxiao. What? You don't know?" Chun Feng asked in surprise. "He said his name was Li Feiyang," Mu Yun said with a bitter smile. "Who would have thought it was him? No wonder he's so arrogant and doesn't care about being on bad terms with the 2 young masters of the Long family. He's just like the rumors say. The 2 from the Long family are most likely in trouble now that they've become enemies with him." Chun Feng laughed. Chen Fengyuan revealed a suspicious expression. "You're really that confident? I think he's only a 7 stars martial sovereign. Even if he has some divine abilities, it's already very heaven-defying if he can fight an 8 stars martial sovereign 1 level higher. I can't see through the strength of a few people on the other side, so it's hard to say if they're not 9 stars martial sovereigns." "Third granduncle," Chen Feng said seriously, "if Yunxiao can't win, there will be no second person on our side who can win." Chun Fengyuan could not make a decision. "Mu Yun, what do you think?" Mu Yun was also lost in thought. After all, this matter was too important. He suddenly frowned and looked at Mu Yufeng, who was at a loss and his face was red. He said, "Second brother, what's wrong?" Mu Yufeng sighed and gave a detailed account of what had happened in Dingtian City, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "Preposterous. You're so silly. As the second in command of the Divine Tree family, how can you do things so unsteadily?" Mu Yun reprimanded. "Your judgment is so bad. You've really disappointed me." Mu Yofeng's face turned red, and he wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words and let out a long sigh. "You can't blame second brother for this," Mu Yulang said in a low voice. "It's all that Jiang Shoujin's fault. Second brother was just trying to curry favor with him for the family's benefit." Mu Yun angrily shouted, "You still dare to speak up for him? Let's not talk about who the fiend who slaughtered the entire family of the city lord of Sky-Setting City is, but this Li Yunxiao in front of us is an out-and-out fiend. Fortunately, he didn't make a fuss about it with us, or the Divine Tree family would have been in great trouble." Mu Yofeng's face was also extremely ugly. Thinking of Dijia's heaven-defying divine power and ruthless means, he couldn't help but feel afraid. "No wonder Xianxia was screaming like a ghost when Li Yunxiao showed up," Chen Feng said. "He was so scared that his face turned pale. I didn't think that he would be related to the tragedy in the Dingtian city. I'm afraid he's in big trouble." He had a worried look on his face. Liang Yui suddenly laughed and said, "Husband, You're overthinking. Although Xianxia was arrogant and unruly, he was by no means a careless person. On the contrary, he's a meticulous and scheming person. There are all sorts of rumors about him from time to time, but he's always managed to pull through safely. Now that he's become a high-ranked Marshal Supreme, he's completely pulled apart the distance between you and me. Chunfeng nodded and said, Back then, the two of us lost to him. We were only one step away. It's a pity. But now, it seems that we'll only be able to fight him if we join forces. Liang Yui shook her head and said, The current Li Yunxiao gives me an unfathomable feeling. It's like I'm facing an abyss. I'm afraid that even if you and I join forces, we might not be his match. Chen Fingyuan's expression changed. Is this person really that powerful? I've also heard some rumors about him. He seems to still be a wanted criminal in the Red Moon City, right? Chun Feng also revealed a suspicious expression and said, You should know very well how powerful this divine ability we created together is. Liang Yui nodded and said, My intuition is rarely wrong. Li Yunxiao is just standing there, but he gives me a feeling that I'm afraid of. She hesitated, as if it was inconvenient for her to explain. Chun Feng frowned. We're all on the same side here. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to be afraid. Yes. Only then did Liang Yui respond. She exhaled and said, I don't even have that feeling from my third granduncle. It's like I'm facing my father. What? The expressions of the few people changed drastically. The father that Liang Yui was referring to was naturally the Blade sect leader, Chan Duantian, one of the 7 sect leaders. Although I have high hopes for Li Yunxiao, Chen Feng said with a frown. Yui, you feel that you're lying a little too much this time. Liang Yui was silent. She knew that it was absurd to say it, and even she found it hard to believe. However, this feeling was very real and real. Chun Fingyuan's face was also filled with disbelief. Well, in any case, I learned from your conversation that Li Yunxiao has a great chance of winning. However, the problem is that the Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard will never allow me to fight other opponents. I think so, Chen Feng said. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard will surely send third granduncle to fight. So, even if Yunxiao can win, it'll only be 1 win and 1 loss. There's still 1 crucial round to go. The third person will definitely be chosen between young Master Hengyu and the 2 young masters of the Long family. Mu Yun suddenly said, If we can't win for sure, why don't we expand the battle to 5 rounds? The 2 young masters of the Long family and young Master Murong are all extremely powerful, and they've deliberately suppressed their cultivation, so we can't detect them at all. But I estimate that they should be above the level of 8 stars martial sovereigns. All of these disciples of the prestigious families had treasures that could suppress their auras, and ordinary divine sense couldn't detect their depths at all. If the 3 of them have the power of an 8 stars martial emperor, we'll have a higher chance of winning the 5 rounds, Chen Feng said with joy. If that's the case, then it's settled, Mu Yuyun said. If Mr. Feng Yuan and Li Yunxiao win and lose, only 2 of the 3 of them need to win. Chun Feng removed the barrier and Mu Yuyun shouted, Since the marine race has proposed a martial arts contest, we will naturally agree. In order to display the strength of the 2 races more fairly, how about setting the system of 3 wins out of 5 matches? The losing side will immediately leave Seawood Town. The marine race was silent. They all looked at the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, with him as their leader. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard laughed and said, Sure, I hope you won't go back on your word when you lose. Mu Yuyun said, A man cannot stand without his word. This is a clear and bright world. The heroes of the world have witnessed it together. Whoever goes back on their word will become the laughing stock of the world. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were shocked. If they lost, they would be too embarrassed to snatch the item. After pondering for a moment, he said, All right, then let me, Mr. Feng Yuan, open the prologue to the first battle. His entire body rose into the air as he dragged a ball of lightning in each of his hands. The lightning on the balls flickered non-stop, illuminating the sky. He was stepping on a cloud of fire, as if he was riding on the clouds and mist, flying high in the sky in an awe-inspiring manner. Everyone's gaze turned to Chun Fengyuan. Chun Fengyuan's expression was ice-cold, and there was even a hint of shame as he said angrily, "This old man admits defeat for this round. There's no need to compete." Voila, at this moment, the entire human race was in an uproar. There were all kinds of shock, astonishment, anger, and curses. What the hell is this? You've just agreed to a martial arts duel, and now you're admitting defeat in the first round. Could it be that you're planning something? It's not a big deal to lose, but it's a big deal to have integrity. With this, the human race will lose all face. Woof! What 7 super forces? You only know how to show off in front of your own people. Cowards! Chun Fengyuan's face turned red, wishing there was a hole in the ground he could hide in. At this moment, someone said, "Let's look at the rest. Since we've suggested 5 rounds, the first round surrender is definitely within our expectations." Everyone stop cursing. That's right, if you have the ability, then go. That marine race expert is obviously a peak 9-star existence. If we were to forcefully attack him, we would only be seeking humiliation. At that time, the blow to our morale would be even greater. It would be better to admit defeat openly. That's right, Mr. Fengyuan is not invincible. As long as he can win in the end, it will be a victory. After all kinds of understanding voices sounded, the abuse and ridicule gradually weakened. Haha, you're tactful. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard retracted their aura and landed on the ground. They said in disdain, "Who's up for the second round?" Mu Yun thought to himself, Chen Fengyuan's immediate surrender has indeed affected the morale of the troops. We have to turn the tables. Young Master Yunxiao. He looked up at Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, will you fight this round?" Young Master Yunxiao. Fei Anai's expression suddenly changed and she exclaimed, "Yunxiao? Li Feiyang, Li Yunxiao. He is Li Yunxiao." As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became incomparably silent. In the blink of an eye, it became boiling again, almost exploding. What? He's Li Yunxiao, the #1 rising star? The Li Yunxiao who defeated the Crown Prince of the Sea Tribe in Red Moon City and was later wanted by the whole world in Red Moon City. All of them were shocked. Jiang Shozhen's mouth was also wide open, completely dumbfounded. The person he had offended actually had such a big background. As the #1 rising star, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a peerless martial sovereign or an overlord in the future. He even had the heart to cry to death. Peach Red was even more shocked. When she recalled the scene in the tavern in the heaven-stabilizing city, where she had released her origin power to scare the other party away, she felt both embarrassed and afraid. Morong Hengyu and Qi Jiui were also stunned for a moment, each revealing a different expression. What? He's the Li Yunxiao who killed Ruinxiang. A shocked expression flashed across Run Wu's face. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions, but even more of them were filled with resentment, killing intent, and unwillingness. Leap Sek's eyes turned cold as well, and his expression darkened. There were many acquaintances in the hall, and Yunxiao knew that it was difficult to hide his identity. He turned his eyes and said, "Since Lord Yun has chosen me, I naturally won't shirk my duty." He looked in the direction of the sea race and said, "Who's next?" Other than the 2 crown princes from Leap Sect, the other 3 members of the Sea Tribe at the front all looked eager to give it a try. Hold on. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted him. Qi Jiui stood up with a gloomy face and said coldly, "The second match is of great importance. I won't allow any random person to enter the arena." Mu Yoyun's face sank and he shouted impolitely, "Young Master Qigui, everyone in the world knows Yunxiao's strength. No one is more suitable than him for the second round." Qi Jiui sneered and said, "The whole world knows? If I'm not mistaken, he's only a 7 stars martial sovereign at most. Cultivation is important, but there are many cases of people achieving victory by crossing realms," Mu Yun said. Qi Jiui said sarcastically, "Haha! Cross-realm victory? Those were some low-level underlings who might be able to cross a few stars or even a major realm by relying on some cultivation techniques and divine arts. However, who had ever seen a Martial Supreme defeat a Martial Supreme who had surpassed his rank? Lord Yuyun, I'm not specifically targeting him, but this second match is far too important. If we lose, our situation will be abnormally disadvantageous. Humph! Chun Feng snorted heavily and said coldly, I don't think there's any problem with Li Yunxiao going to the battle. If we lose, will you bear the responsibility? Qi Jiui shouted. Chun Feng's expression changed drastically. He was about to stand up and argue, but Liang Yu pulled him back. She shook her head lightly, indicating for him to calm down. Then, he glared at Qi Jiui and sat back on his chair, saying coldly, Then who does Brother Chigue think is suitable for the second round? Feini and I are the best candidates, Qi Jiui said proudly with his chest out. For a moment, the entire arena fell silent. After all, Qi Jiui was right. The second round was too important. Although Yunxiao had a great reputation, no one had seen his true strength. They had only heard that he had defeated a crown prince of North Sea and was praised by the former city lord of Red Moon City. No one knew the truth. Qi Jiui and Fei Ni's identities as the young masters of the Long family of Sky Ridge were the best proof of their strength. Chun Fengyuan slowly said, Since young Master Chigue is so confident, that's great. Moreover, the two of you were also included in the 5 matches, so it wouldn't be a big deal to start one match earlier. Let's send young Master Chigue up for this battle. I will not fail my mission. Qi Jiui smiled indifferently. He gave Yunxiao a contemptuous look, then walked up with his head held high. Feini did not say a word, but stared at Yunxiao, her eyes flashing. Yunxiao had also noticed it. He could not help but raise his eyebrows and say, Is it really appropriate for young Master Feini to look at me like this in public? Feini's face turned red and she glared at him angrily. She said, You're Li Yunxiao? That's great. It saves me the trouble of looking for you all over the world. Me? Yunxiao asked curiously. You were looking for me? Did I know you before? The corners of Fei Ni's lips curled up as she chuckled. We didn't know each other before. Now that we know each other, we'll meet again very soon. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had guessed the other party's thoughts. He could not help but sneer and say no more. The conversation between the two made everyone feel puzzled. But the focus quickly shifted to Qi Jiui. After all, this battle concerned the face of the human race, and more importantly, the interests of everyone present. If they lost the martial arts competition, everyone would have to leave Seawood Town, and everything would be for naught. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard snorted coldly. It was hard to tell whether it was disdain or ridicule. He turned to the Sea Race people and said, Who's up? Me. Other than the 2 crown princes, the other 3 almost cried out at the same time, all of them looking like they were asking for battle. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard looked at him, then at the 3 people. My request is very simple. If we don't win, we'll die. Do you still want to go? I want it. The 3 of them shouted at the same time, their faces full of confidence and determination. Humph! Qi Jiui's face darkened. He snorted and mumbled, A bunch of reckless things. Only then did the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard nod in satisfaction. Its gaze swept past the 3 of them and landed on the chubby Sea Tribe member with 2 meatballs on his temples. It said, Gates, it's your turn. Yes. Many thanks, Lord Lei Hua. Gates was ecstatic. He laughed and walked out of the formation. Human brat, come and die. The other 2 looked dejected. Qi Jiui was so angry that he laughed. Ha ha. You're really a reckless fool. This place is not suitable for a battle, Mu Yuyun said in a deep voice. Everyone, move to the desolate outskirts 1,000 miles away. After he finished speaking, he rose into the air and led the way in a certain direction. In fact, this place was very close to the North Sea, so the best place to have a martial arts competition was on the sea. However, Mu Yuyun was afraid that the marine race would perform even better on the sea, so he directly designated the outskirts and flew there first. Haha, no matter where we go, the results will not change. The thunder tiger and fire leopard laughed and disappeared in a flash of lightning. A moment later, hundreds of people appeared thousands of miles away from Seawood Town. Although the crowd was surging, it was quiet, all nervously staring at the two people on the field. The two of them kept their auras in check and stared at each other coldly. They seemed to have used a secret technique to suppress their cultivation base, making it impossible to tell what was going on from their appearance. Step forward for the second round. Chi Gui suddenly said, "You're really unlucky." Gats was stunned for a moment, then laughed, and his laughter grew louder and louder. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm gonna win no matter which round it is." "Of course." Chi Gui sneered. "If it's against Li Yunxiao or Murong Hangyu, the possibility is very high. But it's a pity that your opponent is me, the young master of Long family." Murong Hangyu's face immediately darkened, his expression darkening. Yunxiao, on the other hand, looked indifferent. After a few glances, he felt bored, so he sat cross-legged in the air, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate on the spot, surprising everyone. Chi Gui's eyes flashed with anger when he saw him like this. "It's a good thing it's a martial arts duel, not a verbal duel," Gui's laughed. "Otherwise, I would have already lost." "Humph, the result will be the same. Nothing will change." Chi Gui's expression turned cold, and his body gradually faded, almost transparent. "Ha-ha! I really like to tear the mouth of people like you. Let me vent to my heart's content." Gui's laughed maniacally, and his face instantly darkened. He let out a loud roar that caused the sky and earth to tremble violently. Swish! His figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of Chi Gui almost at the same time. His palm struck down. Pa! Pa! The space caved in, and the strange ghost's almost transparent body was shattered, turning into countless bolts of lightning. Humph! The strange ghost's cold snort came from the lightning, and the clattering of iron chains being dragged could be heard. The next moment, chains that swirled like nebulas suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the vast sky in layers, just like the trajectory of a star. Gates' expression turned serious. Under the influence of the star cloud shackles, the entire space was undergoing subtle changes. He could clearly feel the sky stiffen all of a sudden, as if it was locked by layers of iron chains, and he was completely imprisoned. He tried to flick his finger slightly, and his expression changed drastically. His strength was directly suppressed by more than half. "Ha ha ha ha! Are you feeling desperate?" Chi Gui's sneer was heard. His shadow slowly appeared on one of the chains above. He looked down with a face full of mockery. "My sky essence Chi-lock can directly seal the sky and lock the earth. Anything within the 5 elements can't escape its attack." Yunxiao, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. He had seen this metal chain before, and it was silver in color. It did not have the characteristics of sealing elemental energy. It seemed that Chi Gui had held back when he fought with him. What interested him the most was that the effect of this seal seemed to be the same as his fiend lock, but the target of the seal was different. He suddenly wondered if the sky essence Chi-lock could lock the power of devil essence. "My chains have 3 changes," Chi Gui said proudly. "It's only the most basic one, but you're already completely helpless. Could they still have fun together?" "Ha ha ha!" He laughed wildly, but his hand seals did not stop for a moment. The chains around him continued to shake, creating shadows around him, which stirred up the sound of wind and thunder. A silver light flashed around Chi Gui's body. The star cloud chain rippled and turned into tens of thousands of silver lights. The entire world turned silver. Not only that, the entire star cluster seemed to have suddenly split apart, turning into countless sharp arrows that shot down like raindrops. Gui's expression changed, and he roared in anger. His body trembled slightly under the surge of origin power, and his face kept twisting and turning outwards. It was extremely ugly. The tuft of red hair on his head bloomed like a flower, shaped like a peony. He had completely transformed into a half-demon. Boom! He clenched his fist in the air, and a bolt of blue lightning appeared in his hand. He pulled it open like a water film, and it turned into an electric shield. Bang! 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 The 10,000 arrows kept hitting the lightning shield, creating electric arcs that shot out. The entire sky was a sea of lightning. Gates curled up his huge body and hid behind the electric shield, his face filled with anger. Humph! It's useless. Chi Gui's eyes narrowed and he snorted. The silver chains that filled the sky kept shaking up and down. The silver light slowly turned golden and rolled down in circles. The shadows of the golden chains were dazzling. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Gates' eyes widened, and he was shocked to find that he had been tied up without him knowing. Ah! Exclamations of surprise came from below. Most of them were humans, and their voices were filled with joy and excitement. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as well. Even he did not know how the chain had tied the man up. Is it a spatial divine power? No wonder it can lock all things. Clang! Clang! Gates struggled fiercely, causing the golden lock to clang. It then tightened even more, directly squeezing into his flesh. A golden chain coiled around his arm and continued to move forward. Finally, it wrapped around the palm that had opened the lightning shield, and all the lightning disappeared. Chi Gui's lips curled into a victorious smile. Haha! It's impossible for you to break free from my sky essence chi lock. You can die now. Tens of thousands of silver arrows appeared in the surroundings and shot down. Gates' face was solemn, but he did not panic at all. He only said calmly, it's indeed something. If it was someone else, they might really have been defeated. What? Chigue's eyes narrowed, as if he had realized that the attack would not go so smoothly. Gatz's red hair, which was as large as a peony, spread out. With a boom, a terrifying force descended. The red hair seemed to have come to life, and each strand of hair extended in the sky like a poisonous snake, curling toward the silver arrow. No matter how many silver arrows there were, they were not as many as his hair. A large amount of long red hair shot into the sky and scattered like flowers. The golden chains and silver arrow rays could no longer be seen in the sky. There was only a patch of red hair that looked like layers of clouds. The two of them had disappeared without a trace, both trapped in the red clouds. Everyone looked at the hair that was moving all over the sky and felt like vomiting, but they were more shocked and horrified. Faney's pupils constricted and he looked worried. Swish! A bolt of green lightning suddenly flashed across the sky, and the entire sea of red hair was split open. Chi Gui's figure rushed out, holding a blade of lightning in his hand. He slashed down with both hands, his face full of anger. Thunder elemental blade. Boom! A thunderclap came from the sky, and a flash of lightning fell. It shot directly into the thunder blade and cut into the sea of hair. Chi-la! Countless strands of red hair were crushed into powder, and the huge sea of red hair exploded. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts shot out like a silkworm breaking out of its cocoon. In the sea of broken hair, there were flashes of golden light. The chain in the sky once again appeared in the shape of a spiral cloud, but tens of thousands of lightning flashed on it, shaking off all the hair. Gatz's face was filled with hatred. He retracted his red hair and turned it back into the shape of a peony to cover his head. Ha! His opened eyes suddenly turned blue and became brighter and brighter, flashing with lightning. With a loud shout, two rays of light shot out. Whoosh! The blue lightning bolt pierced through the air with an extremely sharp force. After shooting out the two bolts of lightning, Gatz immediately lost his spirit. Even his skin became dull, and the peony on his head lost its color. Chi Gui's face darkened. His left hand made a hand seal, and the golden chains in the sky spun into a star cloud pattern, spreading out in front of him. Above the chain vortex, countless green lightning flashed, like a sea of lightning. Bang! Bang! Two streaks of blue lightning shot into the sea of lightning, causing the chains to rattle and shake in the sky. The nebula thunder sea couldn't stop the two blue thunderbolts. Golden light kept shooting out of the chains in all directions. Chi Gui's face darkened and he looked shocked. He grabbed at the sky with his right hand and slashed forward with a green blade of lightning. Bang! The lightning blade struck the blue light and immediately cracked. Under his terrified gaze, it shattered with a bang and turned into countless specks of green light. What? Chi Jiuai's heart was in turmoil as he shouted in horror. Bang! After the blue lightning pierced through the lightning blade, it landed on his body. A beautiful blue lightning flower bloomed in the air like fireworks. All the humans below had their mouths wide open, and their eyes were filled with shock. Have we lost? Question marks appeared in everyone's hearts, and their expressions became extremely ugly. If they lost this battle, it would be very difficult to turn the tables. Roar! Suddenly, the sky and the earth trembled violently, and an extremely violent sound reverberated in the sky. The entire space was compressed and twisted. What? Giais was shocked. His dejected eyes suddenly brightened, and he gathered blue lightning again. He saw a green light floating in the sky, and a violent and fierce aura came. Within the green shadow, the strange ghost's face was extremely ferocious. Its fierce eyes did not look like those of a human at all. Behind him, a huge shadow slowly condensed and occupied half of the sky. The appearance of the shadow could not be seen clearly, only that it was the image of an ancient fierce beast. When they connected it to the identity of the strange ghost, everyone knew that it was the projection of an ancient true spirit. The power that remained in his bloodline had circulated for thousands of years, and one day, it would burst out with the aura contained within. Stare! The true spirit fallen lightning shadow opened its eyes and looked down. Everyone trembled, and it was as if those eyes were staring at everyone. Fear from the bottom of their hearts crept up, and many people's legs went soft as they desperately circulated their origin power to resist. Fanny was also shocked. The true spirit transformation was the ultimate move of every martial artist with the true spirit bloodline. However, the degree of transformation would be different depending on one's cultivation and the strength of one's bloodline. She had a thorough understanding of the strange ghost's power. At this moment, the degree of his transformation had exceeded the range of the strange ghost's control. Looking at his fierce eyes, it seemed that he had lost his self-consciousness and was under the control of the brutal chi of the true spirit in his bloodline. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as well as he watched all the changes quietly. He had fought with the descendants of true spirits quite a few times, and among them the best were Runxiang and Guhong. Their cultivation path was basically to constantly stimulate and condense their bloodlines, and they seemed to have an innate advantage over ordinary martial artists. However, among the top powerhouses in this world, all of them had advanced through their own hard work and cultivation. Chi Jiuai raised his arms, and lightning kept emerging from his body, pouring into the shadow behind him. There were also countless strange runes that he had never seen before rolling in the lightning. Roar, roar! The hard lightning true spirit roared and its body trembled. It was almost about to turn into a real body. A terrifying and violent aura burst out, and the sky was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. Gates could no longer remain calm. The blue light in his eyes grew stronger, but he could not hide the fear in his heart. The huge shadow of the true spirit in the sky had a huge impact on his mind. Just this pressure alone was hard to resist. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard shouted in a deep voice, "Calm down and focus. Don't be afraid. It's just an afterimage of my true spirit. It's powerful, but it doesn't actually have much power." When Gates heard this, he calmed down a little. He formed a seal with both hands and activated his primary power. His light blue skin glowed again, and a blue seal appeared on top of his head. The tuft of red hair also bloomed, forming a formation. A large amount of blue electric arcs surged out of Giai's body and spread out like a wave. It was as if he was standing on the tip of a wave. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard frowned and glared at Mu Yuyun. He finally understood why Mu Yuyun had chosen the suburbs. Guai's move was supposed to combine the power of the ocean and use lightning divine power to stir up raging waves, which would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, it was being suppressed on land. Roar! The strange ghost suddenly roared at the sky. Its voice was exactly the same as the true spirit's shadow, and the brutal force on its body was indescribable. His hands formed a seal in front of him. Then his body slowly floated up and tilted forward. Boom, boom, boom. The sky suddenly split open, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The entire world collapsed. Everyone was completely stunned. Under the boundless pressure, it was almost impossible for them to move. Other than the lightning meteor, there was nothing but darkness. Gates was also going all out. He focused all his efforts on his palms and suddenly blasted toward the sky. The circles of blue waves on the ground instantly converged into one. The peony-shaped hair on her head was untied and actually formed a square formation. It hung around her palms and turned into a fierce attack that rushed into the clouds. Boom! The two forces instantly collided. They were both lightning, presenting a green and blue color. Qi Jiui had inherited his bloodline, while Guai's had a natural body of lightning. The two powers only clashed for a moment before the blue lightning shattered. The green lightning fell like meteorites and landed on Guai's body without a doubt. It caused lightning to shoot into the sky and spread out in all directions like a dragon. The entire world was filled with lightning and thunder, so dazzling that one could not open one's eyes. Not only did the sky shatter, but the earth also cracked. After the lightning dispersed, a deep, pitch-black pit quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. The deep pit was still emitting lightning, and the surroundings were flashing with crackling sounds. Who won? A question mark appeared in everyone's mind, which was also the question they were most concerned about. They all raised their heads and looked into the deep pit. Ha ha ha! Old Dog Thunder Fire! We won this round. Chun Fengyuan laughed with a smug look on his face. Everyone was overjoyed. Although the pit was so dark that they couldn't see the bottom, and Qi Jiui and GZ couldn't be seen at all, since Chun Fengyuan had said so, it meant that they had definitely won. They immediately cheered. On the other hand, the faces of the members of the Sea Tribe were extremely ugly. The woman with her feet in the air even shouted angrily, "Guai's is really a piece of trash, bah!" The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's face darkened and he shouted coldly, "Bullshit! How did you win? Let the winning kid come out for me to see." Everyone was stunned and confused. Their minds were filled with question marks. Did they win or not? Fei and I's body moved and a red flame flashed, flying into the deep pit. In a few breaths' time, she flew out again, but she was dragging a man in front of her. The man's entire body was black, and it was the strange ghost that had lost control of its transformation. Even she herself was completely trapped in the might of the lightning. "Qi Jiui has only fainted," replied Fei and I leisurely. "But your sea race's people are all crushed. The outcome is clear at a glance." Yet Lord Lei Hua still has doubts. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard snorted. "You call unconscious a win? What a joke. Moreover, if this girl doesn't go down to save him, it's hard to guarantee that this brat won't die. Isn't this breaking the rules of the competition? Old dog, you're trying to deny it," Chun Fengyuan said angrily. "Humph," the Lightning Tiger Fire Leopard replied. "I deny it. The outcome of the competition has not been decided yet, and you interfered with the result without permission. The fact is that the result of this competition is the result. If this girl had not gone to save people without permission, both sides would have died in a draw." "A draw? Don't you have any shame?" The human warriors didn't agree, shouting and cursing. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's face darkened, and they released their aura. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, like a mountain pressing down on them, and everyone shut up. "If you're not convinced, then throw the pill you gave him back into the pit and see if he's still alive." He pointed at Fanny and said coldly. Fanny pursed her lips. She obviously would not agree to this suggestion. She was afraid that the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard would suddenly attack, so she quickly flew back to her original spot and settled the strange ghost. "Humph, you must be feeling guilty." The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard laughed coldly and said, "If you refuse to agree to a draw, then there's no need to continue the competition." Mu Yoyun's face was also filled with anger. He said, "If this round is a draw, then the final result of the remaining 3 rounds will be a draw of 2-2. How will you decide the victor?" It's very simple. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard snorted. There might be a tie in the following matches. Even if it turns out to be 2-2, we can just play an extra match. Chun Fengyuan transmitted his voice. It'll be more beneficial for us if we can enter the tiebreaker match. Among the 4 of them, one of the Crown Prince is only a peak 7 stars martial sovereign. You can defeat him, Mu Yuyun. Mu Yuyun was a genuine 8 stars martial sovereign. Although he was only at the beginner level, he should have no problem suppressing a 1-star martial artist as long as there were no accidents. After becoming a high-level martial supreme, unless one was truly heaven-defying, it was very rare for one to challenge someone of a higher level. This was also the reason why he and Chun Fengyuan did not have high hopes for Yunxiao. If it were not for Chun Fengyuan's recommendation, they would not even consider letting Yunxiao fight. Good. I'll let you guys deny it this time, but there won't be a next time. Mu Yuyun's face was cold as he shouted. For the next round, it's your turn to send your people first. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard sneered and turned to the remaining 4. Who's up? The conditions are still the same. If you don't win, you die. Me! The remaining chubby-faced man and woman both shouted at the same time. Fighting to fight. The fleshy-faced man's face sank as he shouted. And Lin, why are you trying to steal the limelight from me? We must win this match, and I am the best candidate. Shut up, you stupid pig, the woman said angrily. I don't think you're as strong as Guai's. It's a small matter if you get struck alive, but it'll be a big deal if you embarrass our sea tribe. The fat on the chubby-faced man's face twitched a few times. Then he roared, Bitchin' Lin, you're looking for death. He immediately threw a punch without any warning. Boom! The fist broke through the void, and the entire fist shadow vibrated in the surroundings. And Lin's figure was instantly shattered by his fist. But it was only an afterimage. What? What? The fleshy-faced man was shocked as he sensed danger approaching. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. Stop! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard shouted. With a flash of lightning in their eyes, an electric arc was shot out and exploded in the air with a bang. A mirror-like light shattered in the air, and an Lin's figure appeared. However, her face was still filled with killing intent as she glared coldly at the fleshy-faced man. Silence! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard shouted. Whoever moves again, I'll make sure he can't move for the rest of his life. After he was done reprimanding, he turned to look at Leap Sect and said with a deeper meaning, Your Highness, are you not going to make a move? I don't like to fight when I'm not confident in winning, he said with a calm expression. Humph humph, if you want to win the next round, I think you have the greatest chance. Why are you being so modest? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes glowed as they stared at Leap Sect, as if they were trying to see through him. Leap Sect raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a person standing there quietly, looking calm and collected. His pupils contracted slightly as he said, I'm afraid that when I go on stage, my opponent will be that person. I'm not sure if I can beat him. Both Lin and the fleshy-faced man had strange looks on their faces as they looked at the man in the distance. It was Yunxiao. They did not deliberately conceal their conversation, so the human side heard it clearly. All of them turned their eyes to Yunxiao with puzzled looks. They had seen Chigue's fight before, and his earth-shaking power had been deeply rooted in their hearts, which represented the peak strength of the younger generation. No one thought that Yunxiao could be stronger than Chigue, so when they heard what Leap Sect said, they all showed various expressions, some of which were thoughtful, some suspicious, and some disdainful. And that man is indeed tricky. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard nodded. However, if you were to go up, the chances of victory and defeat should be 50-50. The winning rate is too low, Leap Sect said calmly. All right, I won't force you, the Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard said. He raised his head and pointed at Lin. You'll be up for this match. You must win. You must not lose. Lin was overjoyed. There definitely won't be any more matches. She glared at the chubby-faced man smugly and flew out. As long as they won this match, their sea race would have 2 wins and 1 draw, and there would be no need to compete anymore. Lin's eyes turned from one human to another, and then finally fell on Xianxia. She curled her finger and said with a contemptuous smile, "Brat, I heard you're very powerful. Do you dare to fight me?" The thunder tiger and fire leopard's face darkened with anger. He did not expect Lin to take the initiative to provoke Xianxia as soon as she went up. Others might not know Xianxia's strength, but he had just come from the East Sea, and he knew it very well. This kind of behavior was completely courting death. In truth, Lin had also been provoked by their conversation, and she was extremely unconvinced in her heart, which was why she wanted to display her power. The thunder tiger and fire leopard thought for a moment. If Xianxia were to fight and lose this round, then no one would be able to compete with Leap Sect in the next round. As long as they won one more round, they would be guaranteed to be undefeated. Thinking about that, he didn't say anything. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xianxia as he said, "You've really decided to challenge me?" "Of course." And Lin replied proudly, "I and Lin really want to meet a human that even the Great Leap Sect is afraid of. I've also heard some rumors about you in the Eastern Sea. Although they are exaggerated, it's enough to show that you're a powerful opponent. I and Lin don't kill nameless trash." The thunder tiger fire leopard's face twitched, and his eyes were gloomy. As the leader of the East Ocean experts, he was also disgraced when the royal family of the East Ocean had their nest dug out. There were many rumors about this matter in the outside world, but most of them did not believe it. But as time went by, it would gradually be known by the world. If they could not kill Xianxia, this humiliation would never be washed away. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent, but it disappeared in a flash. His heart suddenly trembled, and his eyes turned slightly. He saw that Leap Sect was looking at him in surprise. As if he had sensed what he was thinking, he said in a low voice, "Are the rumors true?" The thunder tiger fire leopard's face darkened and it snorted heavily. Leap Sect's heart trembled violently, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. His face, which had always been calm, instantly turned pale. He was also skeptical about the rumors. Although he wouldn't refute them in person, he still didn't believe them in his heart. At this moment, the attitude of the thunder tiger and fire leopard was obviously a tacit agreement. The lair of the Eastern Sea's royal family has been dug out. This Xianxia Leap Sect's entire person was in a complete mess. The thunder tiger fire leopard frowned. The process is very complicated. This kid is indeed very strong, but not as exaggerated as you think. Don't be nervous. His top priority was to obtain the martial art and obtain the peerless E-Wood. And then ran. A thick killing intent flashed in his eyes as he transmitted a message coldly. "After that, I'll personally tear that brat into 1,000 pieces." With a pale face, Leap Sect nodded, and his heart finally calmed down slightly. On the human side, Xianxia restrained his aura and descended from the sky. "As you wish." He took a step forward and walked towards the center of the field. Everyone held their breath and did not dare to breathe too loudly. Just how strong was this rumored #1 rising star? Everyone was eagerly waiting. "Not bad," and Lin said with a faint smile. "You do have the aura of an expert. I wonder if your strength is befitting of your reputation." "You'll know when you try it," Xianxia said with a smile. Try it. He wasn't worried at all that the human race would lose the martial arts competition. He would win for sure. If anyone lost a match after that, he would immediately call for the guests to come out and fight the last match. At the very least, they would be able to get into the overtime match. Very good. I like to fight with strong people. I like fighting with a confident strong person like you even more. And Lin stuck out her tongue and licked her lips hungrily. Her entire body suddenly became dazed, and she disappeared from sight. Swish! In the next moment, a black dagger suddenly pierced through Yunxiao's throat, and blood splattered everywhere. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with fear and despair. He kept waving his hands in the air, then covered his throat and growled in pain, but he still could not stop the blood bubbles from bubbling. Ah! Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they couldn't help but let out an ah, completely stunned. They had thought that it would be an earth-shattering battle, but it ended just like that? Morong Hengyu's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He could not believe what he had seen. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was so real. Yun Xiao had really been killed. Chun Feng and his wife were also dumbfounded. Eft. Suddenly, someone laughed out loud. Jiang Xiuzhen couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ha ha! What #1 rising star? This is so funny. Ha ha ha! He held his lower abdomen and laughed until he bent over. It was as if the louder he laughed, the more he could dispel the humiliation brought about by his cowardice. TSK. It's a good thing I didn't go on stage, or I wouldn't be interested at all. The fierce-looking marine race expert sneered in disdain. The thunder tiger and fire leopard were stunned for a moment. The scene in front of them was so real, but he kept feeling that something was wrong. And that feeling was getting stronger and stronger, so strong that it made him a little impetuous. Yun Xiao clutched his throat with both hands as his eyes began to roll back, and he gradually lost his vitality. Behind him, a pure white hand emerged from the black dagger, slowly transforming into Enlin's figure. She frowned as well. She felt that it shouldn't be so easy, but the truth was right in front of her. Swoosh! Swoosh! She slowly pulled out the dagger very slowly. The blood on Yun Xiao's throat made a hissing sound as it gushed out, as if it were singing a low elegy. And Lin slowly closed her eyes as an expression of enjoyment appeared on her face. She then let out a few low groans in the wake of the wind. Finally, the dagger was completely pulled out, and Enlin kicked Yun Xiao in the butt, sending him flying to the ground and convulsing. I'm so disappointed. If I had known earlier, I would have let that stupid pig come up. She waved the dagger in her hand and put it away. Then, she shouted at the human, I request to continue with the next match. This match is simply an insult to me. Everyone from the human race looked at each other, dumbfounded, and rubbed their eyes. After rubbing their eyes several times, some even patted their heads and pinched their arms. They finally confirmed that what they saw was not a dream. Your sister's the #1 rising star. She screwed us over. Everyone started to shout wah wah, and glared angrily at Mu Yun and the Blade Sex people. They were clearly reproaching them for randomly sending out people. Chun Feng sat in the chair in a daze, staring at Yun Xiao's twitching body in the distance. He could not believe it. Suddenly, his pupils contracted violently. He jumped up from his seat and shouted, All of you shut up! Quietly watch. His eyes were filled with disbelief and his face turned pale. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ah! Fei and I suddenly cried out in shock and covered her mouth in shock, revealing an extremely shocked expression. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone was dumbstruck. Ah! On the sea race's side, Yun Wu and the fleshy-faced man also trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chun Fengyuan mumbled to himself in shock. Even I was fooled. Everyone was fooled. On the arena where the two of them were fighting, the place where Enlin had been standing was now Yun Xiao's. His face was still calm and composed, as if he had not moved an inch. As for the body that was constantly twitching and struggling on the ground in the distance, it was Enlin. The scene was so quiet that not even a ghost could be seen. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. They felt an incomparable chill surging up their hearts, and they rubbed their eyes desperately again. They couldn't tell if it was real before or now. Jiang Xiuzhen's mouth was wide open, big enough to stuff a watermelon in. His eyes not only bulged like lanterns, but they were also about to burst. He beat his head with all his might, trying to wake up from the illusion, but other than the severe pain, the whole world had not changed. How is it possible? And Lin was sprawled on the ground as she struggled to her feet. She clutched her throat with both hands, and her eyes were filled with horror. Isn't it good to live in an illusion? Yun Xiao said indifferently. To slowly die in what you think is a victory. What a happy defeat. Why should you wake up? Dead? Ha! Ha ha! And Lin suddenly began to laugh, and blood gushed out of her throat with every laugh. However, she still couldn't stop laughing, and suddenly asked, Do you believe that there's an immortal body in this world? Xianxia frowned, and his eyes gleamed coldly as he said, Immortal body. His expression suddenly changed as he said in shock, Could it be that you are Bayan? Haha, that's right. I'm a member of the water flame race with an undying body. How can you possibly kill me? And Lin's expression instantly turned cold, and she began to laugh maniacally. The hand that was holding her throat suddenly clenched, and her face twisted. She stuck out her long tongue, which was very scary. However, his twisted face still revealed a sinister smile. She let go of her hands, and her throat was like plasticine, directly pinched into the thickness of a chopstick. Suddenly, with a bang, it bounced back to its original state, and there was no longer any wound on it. Ha ha ha! Any injuries on my body can be healed in an instant. No matter how powerful you are, you can't kill me. Ha ha! And Lin laughed smugly, and the glint in her eyes grew colder and colder. All the humans' expressions changed drastically, and their faces turned green. If they couldn't even kill him, how were they supposed to fight? Can't be killed, Xianxia asked. What if I split you in half? Bah! Is it even possible to be split in half by you? And Lin stuck out her tongue and angrily shouted, Let's try. A cold light flickered in Xianxia's hand, and the cold sword suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting an extremely cold aura that made people shudder. And Lin's expression shifted drastically. She could also sense the sharp and cold intent emanating from the sword. It appeared that the other party really wanted to split her in half, and she immediately flew into a rage and disappeared into the sky. With a sneer, Xianxia thrust his sword forward and said, It's here! Bang! The sound of a water bubble bursting rang out in the air, and an Lin's figure appeared. She made a side bend in midair and dodged the sword attack. The sword was too sharp, and the laws of sharpness opened up, directly cutting open a large piece of her skin, revealing her bright red flesh. Damn it! And Lin was incensed. She flipped her upper body backward and stomped her foot on the sword. A bang rang out, and the sword trembled along with the sky. A large amount of cold air gushed out and swayed under the sunlight. A thin layer of ice formed on her right foot in an instant. A bone-chilling cold rose from the soles of her feet, and she gradually lost consciousness. Not good! And Lin was startled, and she twisted her waist to kick the sword away with her numb right foot. He used the momentum to charge forward, and the 5 fingers of his left hand formed an incantation gesture and slapped out in the air. A ray of blue light spread out from her palm, forming countless concentric circles that rippled down. A black light flashed in his right hand and a dagger appeared. He threw it in the air and it turned into a long black blade. He slashed down. The sea race lacked alchemists and profound-level weapons, so most of the profound-level weapons were extremely simple. Many of them were this kind of black blade. The 2 killing moves were very close to Xianxia, and the ice sword had just been kicked away, so it was difficult for her to withdraw it. A cold and murderous look appeared in Lin's eyes. Looking at her proud look, Xianxia smiled indifferently as he put his left hand in front of him and performed an incantation gesture. A ray of golden light rose from behind him and instantly transformed into a golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was a solemn dharma. What? Everyone was greatly shocked. Xianxia held the 1,000-year tyrannical saber in one arm, and a very strong weapon sound rang out from the blade as the blade light flowed like water. 1,000-year snow. Half a night is like a dream, suppressing the soul with a single strike. An ancient sound came from the blade, stirring the space like grinding teeth. It was like water sparkling as it cut into the palm power. Clang, clang, clang. As if he was sharpening a knife, the blade shook non-stop, and the power of the palm suddenly broke apart. Like a deflated leather ball, it exploded in all directions with a bang. The other arm was swinging a hammer. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and golden Maha characters appeared on the hammer, flashing in the sky. Suddenly, the lightning around the hammer expanded and rings of lightning stars appeared. 1, 2, 3 layers of dense mist stacked on top of each other. The entire sky immediately turned green, and a huge thunderstar ring was embedded in the sky like a pendant. Everyone was dumbfounded and their mouths were wide open in horror. Under this thunder area, everyone could only feel their bodies trembling. The thunder field radiated out, and it was as if there was an infinite suction force that wanted to pull everyone up. Moreover, most of the martial artists here were lightning cultivators. Under the influence of this field energy, they felt a strong sense of it. Their bodies constantly emitted lightning, and they were extremely shocked. And Lin's face was also filled with horror, especially after the might of her palm strike was broken. Her entire aura was instantly dispersed by the saber projection. Black Blade was also directly suppressed within the Thunderstar Ring's field, and it was difficult for him to advance any further. She watched in horror as Xianxia's hand, which had raised the hammer, finally smashed down. Her eyes were filled with horror. The golden ancient Maha character bloomed on the hammer again. Suddenly, the lightning in the sky began to shake, and the rings of stars scattered in all directions. By Lipola, there was a constant stream of electricity flowing on the Black Blade. The entire body of the profound level weapon was almost electrocuted and began to turn silver. Not good, and Lin was completely flustered now, and she let loose a loud cry before shrinking into a thin bolt of lightning and fleeing into the distance. Boom! Yunxiao's hammer finally came crashing down. A huge, pitch-black pit was blasted out of the sky, and the entire Black Blade was thrown into the void, its end unknown. The ring of stars in the sky rippled like a giant rock thrown into water. Countless lightning bolts churned, and a large number of lightning runes surged out from within. They then arranged themselves in a certain pattern under the hammer before blasting toward Lin. The entire sky was shattered, and the sea of lightning rolled and crushed everything. The lightning movement technique was one of the fastest movement techniques in the world, but the vast lightning field that filled the sky greatly interfered with Lin's lightning form. She only managed to travel 1,000 feet in a few breaths, so she might as well fly. Boom, boom, boom. The power of Yunxiao's hammer finally crushed Lin's thunderbolt. She revealed her true form, her face filled with horror and her mouth wide open. But the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and her screams could not be heard clearly. The sky and the earth were all covered in a sea of lightning. Everyone's face was reflected in a light green color, and all of them revealed a look of shock. Although the ground was silent, everyone's heart was surging with waves that were difficult to suppress. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes flickered with killing intent. Even he, a peak 9-star, could feel the faint threat coming from Yunxiao. If he didn't kill this kid today, there would be endless trouble in the future. The waves of the sea of lightning lasted for the time it took to brew half a cup of tea before they slowly disappeared. The entire sky was already shattered and filled with holes. A terrifying astral wind blew from the void and swirled in the sky. And Lin had already been completely charred black. Aside from the fear still flickering in her eyes, her entire body was smoking, and she finally fell headfirst. Bang! She fell to the ground in a daze, like a roasted animal, motionless. Yunxiao had already withdrawn his divine power. He flashed down from the sky and said indifferently, "I wanted to cut you into a few pieces, but things didn't go as I wished. Sigh. Life is always not as you wish." He shook his head and sighed. Everyone in the hall was covered in cold sweat. No one dared to laugh or make a sound. He was still completely silent under the thunderstorm from before, and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Pa! 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 Mu Yuyun was the first to clap. He said with a smile, "Wonderful, wonderful. The number one of the younger generation. He is worthy of the title." Although he was praising with a smile, the fear in his eyes had not dissipated, and his face was a little dull. A strange light flashed in Fanny's eyes, but at the same time, there was an indescribable solemnness. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Suddenly, the sound of teeth chattering could be heard. Zhang Xiuzhen was so scared that he couldn't take it anymore, and his whole body was trembling. Everyone's eyes were on him, and he hurriedly covered his mouth, trying to reduce his fear, but no matter what, he couldn't stop his 2 rows of teeth from trembling. In the end, he put his hand into his mouth, and the sound of his teeth chattering stopped. However, he looked extremely scared. Mu Yufeng was extremely disdainful. He thought to himself, "This person is so weak. How did he manage to become an attendant of the 10,000 Treasures building? He's probably one of those who suck up to people." It was only at this moment that Chun Fengyuan came back to his senses. He sized Yun Xiao up again, then stroked his beard and laughed. "Old dog Thunderfire, how's the situation? That little girl is still lying on the ground after being roasted. We didn't touch the scene. Don't shamelessly say it's a draw when the time comes." Humph! The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's face was unusually ugly. "You win this round. You're up for the next round. Leap Sect." Now that Yun Xiao had made a move, based on his observation, the shrewdness and strength of the Leap Sect made it difficult for them to find a worthy opponent. Leap Sect's expression flickered slightly as he gave Yun Xiao a fearful look before he slowly walked up to him. Mu Yuyun's eyes narrowed as he looked to the sides. "The only experts on our side who can still fight are young Master Hengyu and young Master Feini. Who will be next?" Feini's eyes flickered as she said, "I'll do it." She lifted the rainbow feathers on her body, and heat waves spread out from her body as she walked forward. Everything in its path was charred black. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. The aura that came at him was indeed the bloodline of the phoenix. Feini walked past Yun Xiao and gave him an almost imperceptible glance. "Not good. That's Ing Luo." Suddenly, the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard let out a loud cry and looked into the distance. They saw a flash of green light in the sky above Seawood Town, like a large green cloud floating over, getting brighter and brighter. Yun Xiao was taken aback as well. He withdrew his divine sense from Feini and looked into the distance. Mu Yun exclaimed, "The peerless second wood. The peerless E-wood is about to be born." Everyone's heart trembled violently. The heaven and earth phenomenon surging in the distance was definitely a sign of the birth of a rare treasure. Heaven and earth phenomenon. Haha. I'm afraid that the capital heaven essence locking formation can no longer lock the birth of the rare treasure. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard laughed wildly. They turned into a huge ball of lightning and flew away. Not good. Chen Fengyuan's expression changed drastically, becoming extremely unsightly. It must be because of Yun Xiao's shocking divine ability just now. The huge electric field energy generated by it must have ripened the rare treasure. The peerless E-wood must not fall into the hands of that old dog. With a flash, he transformed into a divine sword and gave chase. Yun Xiao also turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight toward Seawood Town. His speed was so fast that he was almost catching up with Chun Fengyuan. After him was Leap Sect. With a slight hesitation, he also flew away with a gust of wind. Feini's expression changed. She raised her arms and a shocking flame surged out of her body and shot into the sky. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They felt the unbearable heat, and their skin suddenly lost moisture and cracked. Fei and I's entire body melded into the flames and turned into a phoenix. With a flap of its wings, it traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. What's there to compete for? Hurry up and go get the peerless second wood and the spirit lightning fruit. It was unknown who shouted, but everyone woke up one by one and rushed toward Seawood Town in anger. Over 100 streaks of light soared into the sky, but they were already too far away from the few people before them. Above Seawood Town, the entire sky had turned into a strange green light. From time to time, lightning would flash and jump, and sometimes a flash of lightning would burst down, shaking the ground and blasting deep pits. The townspeople all looked up at the sky in horror, falling into great fear. The crowd fled out of the city like ants, completely out of order. A ball of lightning whizzed past in the sky, instantly transforming into a lightning tiger and a fire leopard. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked down at Leyland's sea of lightning. At this moment, Leyland's surroundings were filled with lightning. Layers of green smoke and lightning burst forth from within, and the entire capital heaven essence locking formation emitted a rainbow light, as if it could no longer suppress the energy within. 2 more beams of light flashed in the sky. Yun Xiao and Chun Fengyuan arrived almost at the same time. both looking down at everything in horror. Haha! This power! Even I feel the same way about this power of lightning. The thunder tiger and fire leopard laughed wildly. One of its eyes turned into lightning and thunder while the other eye was burning. Its body emitted an unusually terrifying aura. Xianxia's expression was also extremely serious. At this moment, all the thunder energy was suppressed below. If it broke through the array, it would cause an unimaginable explosion, and the entire Seawood town would vanish in an instant. Mr. Fengyuan, can you dispel this formation? Xianxia asked worriedly. Chun Fengyuan's face was also filled with worry as he said, right now, Leilin could explode at any moment, and the method to remove the capital Heaven Vitality Ceiling formation is extremely complicated. The meaning between the lines was very clear. It was too dangerous to remove the formation. Now that the thunder and lightning were rolling below, if that shocking power was released, no one would be able to withstand it. The green thunderbolts were like clouds and mist, constantly floating out of the 9-colored halo of the formation, like the smoke produced by a precious jade under the sunlight. The strange scene was unusually gorgeous. The sky was pale green like a fairy tale world, but also like the end of the world. Don't tell me we can only sit and wait for death? Xianxia frowned. Although he could not bear to see Seawood Town turn into ashes, he was not a saint, and he would not agree to take the risk. Chun Fengyuan muttered, we can only wait and see. He raised his head and stared at the thunder tiger and fire leopard, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The thunder tiger and fire leopard also raised their heads to look at him and said coldly, Old Ghost Fengyuan, it seems like you want to court death. Chun Fengyuan's expression was extremely dark. With the thunder tiger and fire leopard here, it would be too difficult to obtain the peerless second wood. However, the strength of his side was completely insufficient to drive him away. Thunder Fire Old Dog, we agreed to use martial arts to decide the winner. Are you going to break your promise? Haha, martial arts? Alright, it'll take some time for the second wood to come into being anyway, so let's continue. The lightning tiger and fire leopard crossed their arms in front of their chest with a mocking expression. In the distance, hundreds of rays of light came one after another, all looking down in shock. Not good. Many people's expressions changed, and they flew down into the city to rescue their families and belongings. With the addition of this group of martial artists, the city became even more chaotic. The experts were so angry that they began to kill. Mu Yoyun's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, Second brother, third brother, you two lead a team to maintain order and clear the path in an orderly manner. Whoever violates the rules and kills at will, no matter who they are, they must be executed. Yes. Mu Yufeng and Mu Yulang hurriedly acknowledged the order and left. Since we're going to continue, let's go back to our original location together, Chun Fengyuan said coldly. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard laughed and said, Haha! Back to where we started? No, this place is good. I've heard that when a divine item appears, it's a rare sight. I don't want to miss it. Chun Fengyuan's expression was extremely unsightly. Under the illumination of the green light, the atmosphere above Leilin became abnormally oppressive. Everyone's palms were covered in sweat. The heavy atmosphere and the pulsing lightning made it difficult for them to breathe. The energy ceiling formation has already become a part of Leilin, Xianxia suddenly said. If it's broken by lightning, it'll be no different from a martial artist's origin power self-detonation, and the peerless second would might not be able to appear in the world in its complete form. What do you mean by that? The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard asked. I think we should work together and think of a way to resolve the immediate crisis, Xianxia said. I think we need to work together. You want to borrow my power to save the ants in Seawood Town, right? The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard sneered. Xianxia smiled indifferently as he spread his hands and said helplessly, Since you're so confident that the peerless second would won't be damaged, then pretend I didn't say anything. Furthermore, whoever has the greatest chance of obtaining the exceptional second would should be the one to worry about it. I was really being a busybody. Then what do you have to resolve this crisis? The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's face darkened. If I think it's feasible, I can give it a try. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xianxia. The current situation was like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Even peak 9 stars experts could not do anything about it, so what good plan could he have? It's actually very simple, Xianxia said. The current Ley Lin is like a huge balloon. We just have to cut a hole and slowly let out the air. Childish! The lightning tiger and fire leopard sneered. The entire formation is one with Ley Lin. How can we cut an opening? Can you be sure that cutting it off won't cause the entire balloon to explode? Detonating the balloon is just the worst result, Xianxia said. It's the same as the balloon bursting itself. As for how to cut the opening, he turned his gaze to Leap Sect and said with a smile, "This crown prince should have a way." Leap Sect's face flickered, knowing that Xianxia was referring to his pink crystal dust. Impossible. Ley Lin is too dangerous right now. If I fail to cut through, I'll be the first to bear the brunt and die without a burial. Would you do such a thing if you were me? Of course not, Xianxia said with a smile. Of course not. But if you cut a hole, there's still a chance of survival, but if you don't cut it, you'll die without a burial place. Will you do it? Leap Sect was enraged and became extremely alert. He shouted coldly, "You want to kill me?" Xianxia chuckled and shook his head. No, no, no. I was just asking, he said. He looked at the lightning tiger and fire leopard with a faint smile and said, "I'm afraid that Lord Lei Hua has been at the peak of 9 star for a long time. If he can absorb and refine the peerless second wood, the chances of him taking another step forward will increase greatly." Everyone frowned. A peak 9 star took another step forward? What realm was that? The thunder tiger and fire leopard trembled, as if Xianxia had hit its soft spot. He turned his head and said in a gentle voice, "Your Royal Highness, this is indeed a little dangerous, but the reward is also very generous. It's worth the risk." Leap Sect's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged a few hundred meters away from the thunder tiger and fire leopard. He then said coldly, "Lord Lei Hua, are you trying to force me to die? What do you mean by courting death?" The thunder tiger fire leopard asked. Xianxia was right. The power of thunder and lightning stored below was too terrifying, and if it exploded, it was very likely to hurt the peerless second wood. How about this? As long as your highness is willing to take the risk, all of these spirit lightning fruits will belong to your highness. How about it? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were unable to restrain their anger. Under the terrifying lightning, all the rootless trees had bloomed and borne fruit. There were at least 1 million of them, which was a shocking amount of wealth. Many people were sneering in their hearts. At that time there would be chaos. Whether it was the peerless second wood or the spirit thunder fruit, they would all have to rely on themselves. Only then did Leap Sect's furious expression ease a little, but he still laughed coldly and said, "If I can obtain these 1 million spirit lightning fruits, I don't mind taking the risk. But how can Lord Lei Hua guarantee that I will be able to obtain it?" When the thunder tiger and fire leopard heard that he was willing to go down, they were overjoyed. After hearing this, they quickly said, "With my peak 9-star power, I'll kill anyone who dares to disobey me." Chun Feng Yuan's eyes shot out 2 rays of light, and he was just about to berate. But when he saw Xianxia winking at him, he suppressed his anger. At this moment, removing the accumulated lightning energy was his top priority. As for the distribution of the peerless second wood and spirit lightning fruits, he could only adapt to the situation. Leap Sect's expression was extremely dark. The thunder tiger and fire leopard had already put it this way, and it seemed like they were getting more and more impatient. If he continued to shirk responsibility, he was afraid that he would not have a good ending. He stared at Xianxia resentfully and said in a cold voice, "All right, I'll take a risk, but I have a condition, and that is that Li Yunxiao must go down with me." Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Yunxiao, and they all had different expressions. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he cursed Leap Sect 100 times in his heart. This was a naked revenge. "Yunxiao was the one who came up with this plan," said Leap Sect smugly. "How do I know he's not trying to trick me? Only if he personally accompanied me down there would I be able to do things with peace of mind. Otherwise, there's no room for discussion." You're right, Li Yunxiao. All the humans in the city are in danger. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard said, It's up to you to save them. Yunxiao's face was very gloomy. If the terrifying force below exploded, he was not sure if he could withstand it. Li Yunxiao. Murong Hengyu called out to him, his face serious as he shook his head, indicating that he should not go down. Lord Lei Hua, Leap Sect said coldly, If Yunxiao doesn't want to go down, that's fine. As long as Lord Lei Hua rings off his head, I'm still willing to take the risk. This was already a naked venting of personal anger. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's eyes brightened and he laughed evilly. This is easy. He was going to kill Yunxiao in the first place, and now he had even more reason to attack. His aura soared as he walked toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao thought for a moment, then looked up and said, All right, I'll go down with you. Humph. Kid, so you're afraid of death too. I thought you were not afraid of anything. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule, but in his heart, he thought it was a pity. There's no time to lose, let's go. Yunxiao glanced at the two, then turned into a beam of light and flew down. Murong Hengyu's face was filled with anxiety as he stomped his foot. Even Fanny's expression turned serious. The rest of the people were expressionless and just looked on quietly. Then I'll be going down. I hope Lord Lei Hua doesn't forget his promise, Ruizong said. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard laughed. Ha! I'm a man of my words. You can leave now. Ruizong nodded, then turned into a beam of light and chased after Yunxiao. Soon, the two of them appeared in front of the formation of the Capital Heaven Essence Locking Formation. At this moment, the formation had already revealed itself. 9 layers of multicolored light continuously spread out, and within them, there was also an extremely strong electric light. Li Yunxiao, he said coldly, you want to harm me. How can I let you have your way? You're overthinking it, Yunxiao said. I really just want to remove the thunder energy inside to avoid causing great damage. As for you losing my puppet, I will personally kill you. Humph. Don't make it sound so grand. If there's really a peerless E-Wood, it's better for you to blow it up than for the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard to take it, Ruizong said sarcastically. He did not believe him at all. You can't possibly still be fantasizing about getting it, right? His expression changed. Since it's a peerless divine item, it has an owner, Yunxiao said indifferently. You can't force it. Leap Sect was stunned for a moment before he snorted heavily and ignored him. Instead, he turned his gaze to the formation and said, How confident do you think we'll be able to survive if we blow up an incision? What's the point of thinking about this now? Yunxiao laughed. What's the point? Just be as careful as you can. Humph. Leap Sect snorted in anger and blamed Yunxiao for everything. Yunxiao stared at the array and said, The pink crystal dust should cause the least damage if it's sent to the point where the formation meets Lei Lin. All right, Ruizong said. It was impossible for Yunxiao to lie to him at this time. As soon as he grabbed a dragon's head bone in his hand, a large amount of pink dust flew up and mesmerized his eyes. The pink dust flew toward the formation and disappeared into it in a flash. The people in the sky all had extremely strong divine senses, so they could clearly see the situation below. They all revealed happy expressions. But at the same time, he clenched his fists and was extremely vigilant. Leap Sect's face was also pale. He licked his dry lips and even became careful when he breathed. After the pink crystal dust seeped into the array, it seemed to boil and tremble violently. It was like the dust in a cup, moving irregularly. Leap Sect's expression turned grave, and he formed a hand seal with his left hand. The pink dust inside stopped moving and started to gather in one direction. A large amount of pink color gathered together and formed a fist-sized crystal ball. It was pink and transparent. Yunxiao stared at the sphere, which was spinning under the light of the lightning. The crystal surface of the sphere looked like a dream, giving people an unreal feeling. Evil, wind, sharp, red centipede. Leap Sect began to chant in obscure dragon language, and the incantation seals in his hands changed with each chant. After a few chants, he finally stopped. Explode! The last word was uttered clearly, and Yunxiao heard it clearly. As soon as he said that, he turned into a whirlwind and fled several hundred feet away. A large amount of pink dust shot out from the dragon's head bone in his hand, condensing into layers of crystal walls that spread out one by one, forming layers of defense in front of him. Bang! As expected, the pink crystal ball in the formation exploded. It did not cause any visual impact, but the pink color suddenly disappeared, as if a part of the space had collapsed. Soon after, black fragments shot out from the collapsed area. Each fragment continued to expand and devour all the spatial energy. Boom! Finally, a fragment hit the array from the inside, and the corner of the array light immediately sank. Immediately, a second and third piece of Xianxia appeared. The whole process was completed in an instant. The moment the pink crystal ball disappeared, Yunxiao teleported away. At the same time, a large number of black demonic runes flew out of his body, which condensed into the devil sky armor and covered his body. A corner of the array finally cracked open, and a dark space spread out, rushing into the outside world and stretching out more than 10 meters. After that, the black space slowly shrank until it disappeared. It's done. The hearts of the people in the sky thumped as they looked on nervously. After a corner of the capital heaven essence locking formation was broken, one could see the terrifying electric energy inside. From time to time, lightning would shoot out. As Yunxiao was in control of the thunder incantation, he could feel the horror of the power of thunder. His face turned extremely unsightly as he said, "There's a gap, but no lightning energy is leaking out. What's going on?" Behind several pink crystal walls, Ruizong also frowned in confusion. It was like a dam bursting, but the flood did not flow out. Yunxiao stared at the gap for a while, then a cold light flashed in his hand, and several sword beams shot out. "What are you doing?" Leap Sect was shocked. He had just heaved a sigh of relief when his heart jumped into his throat again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword lights hacked onto the capital heaven essence, locking grand array one after another, directly cutting the formation light into several pieces. The incomplete formation crumbled in an instant, and the 9-colored light disappeared. Leyland's entrance was wide open, revealing everything before everyone's eyes. As soon as the warriors in the sky saw Yunxiao's attack, they turned around in horror and flew thousands of meters higher. Only when he saw that the formation had completely disappeared, and the terrifying sea of lightning appeared, did he slowly descend. Lightning flickered over the ocean in a radius of over 10,000 mu, and countless rootless trees stood side by side. Each tree bore a full fruit, which swayed under the lightning, as if they were very happy. When everyone saw such a terrifying scene, they were all shocked beyond words. A green cloud of lightning was still rising above Leylin, just like before. He did not lose much energy just because he had lost the shackles of the formation. It's all over Xuanji. All the unrooted green numbers have all been over Xuanji. Muyun looked around in a daze and said in shock, "Even the tree that had picked fruits last year has borne fruits, and the quality is excellent." Chan Fengyuan swallowed with difficulty and said, "They're all top-grade fruits." Apart from Haitian town, which was still in chaos and a large number of people were fleeing, the hundreds of warriors in front of Leyland's passage were all silent. They looked at the terrifying lightning energy in horror, their minds almost blank. Such a terrifying lightning field. Even if it's all of you here, I don't think anyone would dare to enter, right? Morong Hengyu said seriously. The key is that Leyland's mightiness is too strong, and his divine sense is completely useless. How is he going to find the peerless second wood in an area of 10,000 mu? The thunder tiger fire leopard's expression flickered. It's normal for such a phenomenon to occur when a divine item is born. Perhaps the time is not right yet. When the time is right, it will naturally be presented to everyone. Then we'll just wait here for the right time. Run Wu was also extremely excited. Although he couldn't count on the peerless E-wood, the value of these million supreme grade spirit lightning fruits was simply immeasurable. The lightning tiger fire leopard's expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Li Yunxiao, what are you doing?" Everyone's hearts trembled as they saw a bolt of lightning charge into Leyland's body, disappearing in a flash. Damn it! The thunder tiger and fire leopard roared and turned into a flash of lightning to chase after him. In order to obtain a peerless divine item, other than absolute strength, one also needed a great opportunity. He could not let others seize the opportunity. You're indeed a disaster. I should have killed you first. As soon as the thunder tigers and fire leopards entered Leylin, they lost sight of Yunxiao. There were so many lightning bolts inside that his divine sense couldn't sense anything. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's entire body turned green. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or because of the lightning. Green electric currents flowed on the surface of his skin like water, isolating Leylin from the lightning energy and preventing it from harming his body. A few more figures rushed in. They were Chun Fengyuan and the others. None of them were willing to let the peerless second would be taken away, and all of them held a trace of hope. There were also some weaker ones who gritted their teeth and charged in, but in just a few breaths, they were directly blasted into pieces by the lightning, not even their bones remaining. Whoever dares to have improper thoughts will not be able to leave this place alive, the thunder tiger fire leopard said coldly. Everyone's expression changed. Then, they scattered in all directions to search for their own opportunities. It was unknown if they had listened to him. Morong Hangyu, on the other hand, was extremely calm. With a flash of golden light, a golden hammer appeared in his hand, while a wind bag appeared in his other hand. He began to knock on the spirit thunder fruit. Ruo Zongzi had also wanted to find that opportunity, but after seeing Morong Hangyu's actions, he thought for a moment and also took out a golden hammer to knock on the fruit. There were indeed not many people who could remain calm in the face of temptation. Right now, Leylin had a large amount of top-grade spirit lightning fruits. If they could obtain them for a period of time, it would be enough for them to use for several years. Yunxiao quickly ran through Leylin. Although his divine sense was completely useless, the power of his lunar pupil was still there, and he could see many things that others could not. However, after running for a while, Leylin, who had almost run through a large area, did not find anything strange. He stopped and carefully observed a tree. The tree was also filled with endless lightning, and there was nothing else. The energy of this universal electric field was very even, and there was no source at all. It was as if every tree was the source. How did this happen? Yunxiao was not the only one who had this question. At the same time, all the experts of the thunder element were at a loss. They had all used the same method, which was to feel the strength of Leyland's electric potential. The flow of electric current would inevitably flow from a high electric potential to a low electric potential, and it could not be reversed without external force. It was just like how water always flowed downwards. To everyone's surprise, the potential of each rootless tree was almost on the same level, with no difference in strength. In other words, the source of the lightning was the millions of rootless trees. Can't be like this. There must be a problem. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's left eye flashed with lightning, which suddenly gathered into a ball of lightning and shot out from the pupil. Bang! The ball of lightning struck one of the rootless trees, and the tree was instantly split apart. The huge trunk fell down, but in the dense lightning, the skin of the trunk and the leaves were overflowing with green light. Voila! The thunder tiger fire leopard's pupils shrank and its mouth opened wide in horror. The tree trunk exploded with green lightning energy, completely splitting the tree trunk apart. It turned into lightning and disappeared in the air. Not only the trunk, but the lower half of the tree stump also spewed out green lightning. In the end, it disintegrated on its own. Not a single leaf was left. Not a single one was left. At that moment, in front of Yunxiao was a rootless tree that had also been destroyed. It turned into powder in an instant, all of which returned to the green thunderbolt. Not only are the spiritual lightning fruits fully ripe, even the rootless green tree has turned into pure lightning energy. What is going on? Yunxiao was shocked. He had broken several green trees in a row, and all of them were the same. Could it be that the thing born here is the original element of the wood element? Yunxiao suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face changed drastically. Everything was part of the 5 elements, and they were all derived from the mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements. Everything in the world was the effect of these 5 elements. Only the most original elemental force could turn Leyland's vast area of land into pure energy. Yunxiao closed his eyes slightly and began to sense the changes in the elements around him. His attainments in lightning god art were extremely high, so he quickly merged himself into this pure lightning energy and became a part of it. The entire sky was filled with a jubilant mood. In addition to the pure energy, every thunder yuan was filled with joy, like water entering the sea, birds returning to their nest. It was like returning home. To Yunxiao's surprise, after he fused with the thunder element in this place, his divine sense was no longer hindered. Instead, with the help of the thunder element, he could spread his divine sense in all directions more powerfully. In an instant, Leyland's senses were spread across the entire area, and he could sense every minute change. More and more people in Leyland's group had given up on the search for the exceptional second wood, and all of them began to earnestly strike the spirit lightning fruit. Fina turned into a fire phoenix and flew across more than half of Leyland's territory. After finding nothing, she transformed into her true form and muttered to herself for a while. Then, she took out a small golden sword and began to knock on the fruit. Suddenly, her face darkened, and her entire chest turned into flames with a bang, opening up and revealing a hole. A sharp bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, directly piercing through the hole and shooting into the distance. With a boom, it destroyed a large number of rootless trees. The trees that had been cut down also turned into lightning, increasing the energy in the surroundings. Fanny's figure flashed and a ball of red flames rose into the air. She turned around and became alert. Her cold eyes stared at a dark green lightning area. "Eh?" A surprised voice came from the thunder area. Following that, countless lightning talismans flickered and rolled, slowly transforming into the form of a lightning tiger and fire leopard. He stared at Faye and I with a mocking expression. "I'm very curious. Divine sense is completely unusable here. How did you detect my sneak attack?" After seeing who it was, Fanny's expression changed and she said angrily, "Lord Lei Hua, a peak 9 stars martial emperor expert, can actually use a sneak attack. A sneak attack is just a way to win." The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard laughed. "What's important is to win, not the means, right?" Fanny cried out bitterly in her heart. She did not understand how she was targeted by this person. He even did something like a sneak attack. It seemed like he was going to kill her. She shouted angrily, "As a peak 9-star expert, don't you have a proud heart of martial arts? You'll only be laughed at if you use unscrupulous means." Hee hee. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's eyes turned cold and he laughed. "Unscrupulous means are the heart of this lord's martial Tao." In a flash, he appeared in front of Fanny with a bang and threw a punch at her. The shadow of the fist was magnified several times, and his entire arm turned into a long bolt of lightning. It drew a large arc of lightning in the air and blasted away all the lightning energy in the surroundings. Bang! Although Faye and I had already sensed it, under the opponent's full-powered attack, she had no way of escaping. Her body was instantly shattered and turned into flames as she fell. Before the flames landed on the ground, they scattered in the air with a bang and shot in all directions. "Humph! This little trick is so childish." The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard sneered, raised their hand, and clenched their fingers. His entire fist was filled with the sound of thunder, and a ring of lightning burst out with a bang, which was very similar to Yunxiao's Thunderstar ring, but slightly different. Boom! The speed at which the ring of lightning spread seemed to be teleportation, and it swallowed all the flames in an instant. Bang! 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 The red flames that were scattered in all directions were extinguished. Only one that was escaping to the east was hit by the ring of lightning and transformed into Faye and I's true body. It spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The Lightning Tiger Fire Leopard snorted in disdain. His entire body flashed like lightning and appeared on Faye and I's body. He extended his hand and grabbed her tender neck, lifting her up. Cough, cough, cough. Fanny coughed violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood with each cough. The blood was immediately dispersed by the strong lightning energy in the surroundings, and not a single trace of blood could be seen. Tisk tsk. Aren't you good at hiding and running? The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's eyes flashed with ridicule as it licked its lips and laughed. Fanny's face was extremely pale, and fear flashed in her eyes. Why do you want to kill me? Hee, why? The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard sneered and said, This lord is a dual cultivator of thunder and fire. Who asked you to have the phoenix body? As long as I can obtain the wood element origin source here, in addition to your phoenix fire, I'll have more confidence in breaking through the inherent realm. TSK. Using your puny life to increase this lord's chances of entering divine transcendence. Your life is worth it. Fanny groaned in her heart. She had also guessed that this was the case, but she was not willing to die like this, let alone become someone else's sacrifice. She immediately shouted, If you kill me, the long family of Sky Ridge will never let you go. You can just wait for your family to be exterminated. Humph! The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard snorted and sneered. As long as I break through to divine transcendence, I don't know who won't let go of who. Maybe there's a bloodline in your long family that I'm interested in. I might have to go there. He clenched his fist and his fingers dug into her tender neck. With a loud bang, Faye and I's entire body turned into a fire phoenix as she struggled with all her might. TSK. The more you show the power of fire energy, the more excited I am. Haha. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's eyes flashed with excitement and its mouth was wide open. Its entire head transformed into a terrifying beast's form, similar to a tiger or leopard. It was grayish-black in color, and there were green spots on its face. It opened its eyes and bared its fangs. After letting out a loud roar, it suddenly inhaled. The fire phoenix immediately flew into its mouth, as if it was going to swallow it whole. Not far away from the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, next to a big tree, Xianxia's face gradually appeared. He narrowed his eyes and frowned, considering if he should make a move. If the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard didn't die, they would indeed be a great enemy for snatching the wood origin. However, he was no match for the other party with his strength. More importantly, he could clearly sense that there was another person hiding in the dark. Kill! Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out. The person in the dark suddenly made a move. A bright sword chi suddenly appeared from behind a big tree, directly splitting the big tree into pieces, and came across the sky. The lightning that filled the sky suddenly paled in comparison to the sword. A sword path suddenly appeared in the sea of lightning, pointing directly at the Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard. Humph! Is he finally out? The Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard seemed to have sensed it long ago, and their expressions darkened as they threw a punch in the direction of the sword chi without even turning their heads. Thunderlight gathered on the tip of his fist, and countless thunder patterns rolled out, forming tens of thousands of rays of light that met the sword energy. Boom, boom, boom! As the two forces collided, a terrifying vortex appeared and scattered in all directions. Lei Lin was being destroyed on a large scale, and countless top-grade spirit lightning fruits also disappeared. Swish! A shrill cry came from the fire phoenix's mouth. It struggled to open its mouth and spit out a cluster of bright red flames. It was only the size of a thumb and fell on the hands of the Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard immediately cried out in pain and hurriedly let go. The fire phoenix immediately flashed in the air and fled more than 10 meters away. Then, it spread its wings and flew into the sky, trying to escape. The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard looked down at his arm. A palm-sized burn mark had appeared, and he could clearly feel that his entire forearm was almost fully cooked. Damn it! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were shocked and angry. In their shouts, there was anger and a trace of joy. You want to leave? Stop dreaming. The origin of wood and your divine phoenix fire are things I must obtain today. With a flash, he turned into a bolt of lightning and grabbed at the fire phoenix. Chen Feng Yuan's furious voice could be heard from behind. Old dog, you actually dare to ignore my existence. A huge sword-shaped object shot out and slashed at the thunder tiger and fire leopard. The entire land and sea domain that Lei Lin was in was split apart by this sword, extending into the distance. The thunder tiger and fire leopard frowned and drew a circle in the air with their right hand. Bolts of lightning spun out and danced in the air like ribbons, binding the fire phoenix in an instant. At the same time, he clenched his left hand, and his entire arm became several times thicker. His skin turned red, and a large number of fire runes floated out, burning with a hoo-hoo. His entire left arm turned into a flaming arm in an instant, and he threw a flaming fist at Chen Feng. Bang! The sword struck the fire fist, and tens of thousands of rays of light shot out. In the sea of green lightning, the white sword light and the red fire power intertwined and rushed into the sky. Chen Fengyuan's face was filled with anger. His shining sword pressed down on the fire fist, and the two forces were in a stalemate. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's face turned pale. The sword attack just now had shaken his chi and blood, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he suppressed it. The thunder tiger and fire leopard glared at him angrily, and their eyebrows furrowed. The green and red colors on their faces flickered continuously. "Do you really want me to kill you?" Chen Fengyuan's expression was cold as he said ferociously, Kill me? You do have the ability to kill me, but you'll have to sacrifice 8,000 of your own. I'd like to see how you're going to obtain the peerless second wood and the phoenix fire." The lightning tiger and fire leopard were both shocked and furious. Chen Fengyuan was right. Even if they could kill him, they would have to pay a huge price. All of a sudden, the green space around them darkened, and all the flashing lightning slowed down. An extremely sharp sword light streaked across the sky, shattering all the lightning. What? The lightning tiger and fire leopard were shocked. Although the sword light was not as powerful as Chen Fengyuan's, it still made them feel a sense of danger. At this moment, he was trapping Feini with one hand and using the other to suppress Chen Fengyuan's sword. He had no time to waste. A large amount of electricity gushed out of his face, and his ferocious head turned back. Rings of lightning surged around his neck, and he turned 180 degrees. His entire face was facing backward, and he opened his mouth to spit out a bolt of lightning. Bang! The lightning struck the sword light, causing white light to shoot out in all directions. The surrounding trees had long been destroyed. A figure flashed in the air and arrived in front of the thunder tiger fire leopard almost instantaneously. His hands quickly formed a seal, and golden light shone. A dazzling golden seal appeared in the air, and a large amount of lightning appeared in the surroundings. All kinds of complicated runes were mixed together, making it difficult to recognize. "Let's see how many more mouths you can still have." The figure sneered and pushed his hands forward. The thunder-colored golden seal directly pressed down on the chest of the thunder tiger fire leopard. "I'm angry, damn it!" The thunder tiger and fire leopard roared again and again. It was too late to turn its head, so it lifted its leg and kicked in the air. His leg was as fast as lightning, and with a flash of lightning he kicked the man. That person's body turned into a green lightning in an instant, and his entire foot shadow directly kicked in. The power of that kick even penetrated through, turning into a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky. At this moment, the golden seal had already hit his chest. Bang! The golden seal shattered in an instant, turning into countless runes that rushed into the thunder tiger and fire leopard's body. The lightning around the seal crackled on his chest like countless earthworms crawling in all directions. Humph! The thunder tiger and fire leopard groaned. Finally, a mouthful of blood rushed up to its throat, and its mouth was full of a faint salty taste. He let out a furious roar and retracted the might in his hands. His fire fist even shook off Chen Fengyuan's sword force before he transformed into a bolt of lightning and escaped tens of meters away. The fire phoenix finally broke free. It circled in the air but did not escape. Instead, it flew down and transformed into a human figure. It said gratefully, "Thank you, Li Yunxiao." Feini's face was unusually pale and her eyes were filled with fear. "You're too polite," Yunxiao said in a serious voice, but his eyes were fixed ahead, and he was extremely vigilant. Although he had transformed into a thunderbolt and neutralized the power of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's kick, he was also greatly affected. At this moment, the chi and blood in his body were tumbling. If it were not for his strong body, an ordinary 7 stars martial sovereign would have been turned into ashes by that kick. Chun Fengyuan also gave Yunxiao a surprised look, as if he did not understand his strength. Even though Yunxiao had easily defeated Enlin before, he did not think that he could withstand the power of a kick from a peak 9 stars martial emperor without changing his expression. Fei and I also looked at the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. The fear in her eyes slowly disappeared and was replaced by boundless anger and coldness. She gritted her teeth and said, "This old thief really deserves to die." Although she was extremely powerful, as the young master of the Long family, she had not experienced any life and death battles. She had almost lost her life just now and was scared out of her wits. At this moment, he seemed to have found a sense of security beside Chen Fengyuan and Yunxiao, and his mind slowly calmed down. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard circulated their chi to adjust their breathing, then immediately returned to normal. They stared at Yunxiao with fierce eyes and said, "You are indeed a disaster. I should have killed you first." Although Yunxiao was extremely vigilant, he still looked carefree as he snorted and said, "Do you think you're in the 10 Directions divine realm?" "Ha ha! That's right." Chun Fengyuan laughed heartily. "This old man will tie you down even if I have to risk my life. The peerless wood and the phoenix fire. Don't even think about taking any of them." The lightning tiger Fire Leopard's face turned ashen with anger, and he looked around with worry in his eyes. After exchanging a few blows, a vacuum of several thousand feet appeared in the surroundings, and all the rootless trees were destroyed. If he really went all out, even these 10,000 mu of land would not be able to withstand a single blow. "Old man, do you dare to fight me in the sky?" The eyes of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard turned cold, and they were determined to kill. If he did not get rid of Chun Fengyuan, the biggest obstacle in his way, there would not be any results today. He was extremely regretful that he did not risk his life to kill Chun Fengyuan in the battle yesterday. Chun Fengyuan's heart moved slightly. He started to hesitate. If they were to fight in the sky, the 3 of them would not be a match for the Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard even if they joined forces. However, if they were to fight here, he did not want Lei Lin to be destroyed. Yunxiao's lips moved slightly as he sent a voice transmission. "We can fight. We'll mainly deal with the delay and wait for the birth of the peerless wood. We have more people, so we have the initiative advantage." Chun Fengyuan's eyes lit up, and he sneered at the Lightning Tiger and Fire Leopard. "All right, as you wish." The 3 of them looked at each other and flew into the air. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's faces were gloomy. They stomped their feet and turned into a ball of lightning that shot into the sky. This matter concerned the origin of wood and the phoenix fire, so these people in front of him had to be killed quickly. High up in the sky, the 4 of them faced each other in a fierce wind. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes flashed with lightning. It grabbed the air with its big hand, and a bolt of lightning appeared in its hand. It was about to attack. "Wait!" Yunxiao suddenly stopped him. "Wait! What? Are you scared?" The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard asked coldly. Yunxiao laughed and said, "I'm not afraid. It's just that our 2 races have been friends for generations, so why should we fight to the death? Why don't we sit down and have a cup of tea? Let's have a good talk." Chun Fengyuan and Fei and I almost spat out blood. Their faces were filled with black lines. "Do you think I'll be fooled by such a small trick to stall for time?" The Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard said coldly. "As long as I can," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'll try." "Damn it!" The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard gave a furious roar as they threw the lightning spear in their hands at Yunxiao. For some reason, when he saw Yunxiao's frivolous face, he wanted to tear him to pieces. The lightning spear flashed in the air and pierced through layers of space with a crack. Yunxiao's body trembled under the pressure, and then it was pierced through, turning into rays of light and dissipating. At the same time, a few feet to the left, the space shook, and Yunxiao's true body appeared with that hateful smile on his face. Chun Fengyuan and Fei and I were both shocked. To be able to cast illusionary techniques under the pressure of a peak 9-star lightning tiger and fire leopard. This person's illusionary divine arts had already reached the peak. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's face was very gloomy, but when they saw Xianxia's confident smile, they felt even more stifled. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. He grabbed with both hands, and countless dense lightning patterns surged out. They combined in front of him and turned into a fan-like lightning. Ha! With a furious roar, the fan-shaped lightning suddenly trembled. Like a bolt of lightning on a clear day, it turned into a half-moon-shaped thunder yuan and slashed out. The moon-shaped lightning bolt expanded to over 1,000 feet in size, and like a flat surface, it directly cut open the space. Careful! Chun Fengyuan's face darkened. This thunder yuan cut enveloped all three of them, and he was no exception. He immediately raised the sword in his hand, and clear waves spread out like the silent cold moon, quietly appearing. A water-like sword radiance surged in the air and met the lightning crescent. Bang bang! The two powers exploded. Chun Fengyuan was slightly weaker, and the azure lightning immediately devoured the aquatic sword chi before exploding in the sky. The lightning did not scatter, and it turned into a dense azure net that descended. Each of the lightning threads on the green net was like a steel needle, extremely sharp. Humph! Chun Fengyuan's face darkened, as if he was extremely displeased with the outcome of his attack, and he furiously stabbed his sword in the back. Swish! With a flash of sword light, the entire azure net was torn in half, but it still didn't disappear. Instead, it fell toward the other two. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged. The thunder net of this level no longer had much power. He turned into a thunderbolt and flashed through the net. Only a few arcs of lightning were produced on the lightning net, and he was completely unharmed. Fei Anai's expression changed. She raised her hands and countless feathers floated out. They gathered in front of her and turned into a red feather fan. She swung it down. Hue! A nameless divine flame shot out and charged toward the green net. Boom! The moment the green lightning net came into contact with the flames, a huge hole was instantly burned through it and it fell to the side of Fei. Humph! The thunder tiger and fire leopard snorted coldly. It seemed that it had expected its attack to be ineffective. Its left hand formed a seal, and its right hand suddenly grabbed at the void. With a boom, it was as if the sky had been shattered. A ray of golden light flashed in his hand and turned into a 10-meter-long Vajra pestle. There were all kinds of beast heads engraved on it, and it looked ferocious. As soon as the pestle appeared, lightning surged and continuously shot out from it. The entire sky was illuminated, forming a plain with Leyland's sea of lightning below, reflecting each other. The four people's exchange of blows alarmed everyone below. Chen Feng, his wife, Murong Hengyu, and the others did not bother to pick the fruits, and immediately rushed into the sky. Mu Yoyun's expression also changed greatly. He suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my order. Kill all the Sea Tribe members." A wave of sound waves spread out, striking Leylin and spreading in all directions. Only Ruo Wu, the fleshy-faced man, and the 10 great guards of the sea race were left. Their expressions changed drastically when they heard the voice, and they became extremely vigilant. The thunder tiger and fire leopard in the sky also heard the sound and snorted coldly. They didn't seem to care. They just turned the Vajra scepter in their hands, and a vast thunder power gushed out and slowly condensed above him. Countless thunder runes flew around crazily and were all sucked into the thunderclouds above. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled inside, making it look like a thunder hell. Countless beast shadows could be vaguely seen running inside. Yunxiao's face flickered as he said in a deep voice, "Not good, Mr. Fengyuan." Quickly interrupt his move. Chun Fengyuan was also shocked. He had not seen his opponent use such an extremely time-consuming move in the previous duels. A bad feeling welled up in his heart, and even without Yunxiao's reminder, he could not sit still. Rays of sword light flashed around him, and his entire person turned into countless afterimages. Every sword thrust was condensed and did not dissipate. In an instant, The sky was filled with seemingly chaotic sword chi. 12th place in monthly votes this month. No updates needed. He owed too much and was embarrassed to ask for votes. I still owe everyone 26 chapters, so I'll make up for it tomorrow. Get ready to throw your monthly votes in February at me.